Okay. All right. Can everybody hear us now? Please give us let us know. Thumbs up, thumb down if you can hear us. And we'll get started once again. Sometimes there are audio issues in these things.
Mm-hmm.
Those things happen. So we'll see what folks are saying out there.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Yes. So we're back up. So thanks for your patience. Sorry about that. I don't know, microphone's on. I don't know why I did that, but of course it does it on an active night. We've been doing live streams all these other times, not a problem. But of course, when you have active weather, there are ghosts in the machine sometimes. So that's what happens. Anyway, hey, we're back. All right. So here's in a nutshell what we're watching. We got this squall line coming in. Line of very strong storms. Western Franklin County under severe thunderstorm warning, though the worst of it is still right there over Lincoln County. So that warning's out to 1:15 Eastern. And then keep an eye on Van Buren, Grundy within the hour, probably reaching those areas as it's not far away. If you just kind of expand out just a little bit, all that line, every single bit of it is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So there it is right about there. And there are just warnings all that develop long. In fact, the new one now, which includes Western Jackson County, Alabama. And notice, folks, that line of storms is still west of Huntsville or near Madison. But over the next hour, that's how far it's going to move. All the way into Western Jackson County, just west of Scottsboro. So that's a new warning for our viewing area. That's out till 12:45 Central, 1:45 Eastern. All right, so that's for severe thunderstorm warning includes Western Jackson County, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, penny-size hail, out to 1:45 Eastern, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible, and it is moving east at 55. That thing is, I've used the phrase hauling. It is hauling. It is moving very, very fast for sure. And you can see you go into Kentucky, through Tennessee, all the way down through Alabama, everybody under a warning.
Yeah, it just follows right along. And it has done that all the way across the state.
It has. And as far as the extent of the tornado watch, we were talking about this earlier, and I think our audio got cut off. But someone had a question. Bill was asking also, when we probably will see an eastward expansion of that watch. It'll probably be in the next hour or two if they decide to expand it, and they probably will. But, I would anticipate, all counties locally, even if you live in McMinn, Monroe, Polk County, even if you're not under a watch yet, consider yourself be aware as if there is a watch, because this line is coming in, and before sunrise, it's going to provide that chance of damaging wind gusts. So,
well, they got to cut it off somewhere.
They do,
and so they chose that.
Yeah, and it's really when they issued the watch around 9 p.m. or so, it was how far will it go in the next 6 hours. So that's why it goes that far. And then I'd say 2-3 a.m. or at least 2. They'll probably expand it eastward, because in that 6 hour time frame, then it'll go that far east. So, just be aware that you'll probably be under warning of some kind. And again, when we lost audio, we would look at the timing tracker here. So this whole line is moving east about 55 to 60. So just to show you, the worst weather's on the leading edge of it. So this is almost currently what we have. This is our future track. And it shows during the 2 a.m. hour near Hamilton County. So over the next hour, expect more activity to start moving into Franklin, Grundy, Marion between now and 2 a.m. Eastern. And then in that 2 to 3 time frame, 2 to 3 Eastern, reaching Hamilton County. And again, it's that leading edge has the worst weather. By 5 a.m., there's that leading edge right there into Cherokee, Clay, Eastern Fannin. All of this is just rain. But it's that leading edge that's the worst of the weather right there. So that's kind of a rough timeline what we're looking at. So very active the next 4 hours.
Yeah, and also very active as far as getting into the colder air. And by the time you get to 5 o'clock, though, along the plateau, it's in the dropping, and
Sure,
we will continue to see those temperatures dropping for the day coming up.
Yeah. See, that brings up a whole other issue tomorrow. Is that everyone's talked about the snow showers, and they'll be around for sure. I think in the valley we're going to be above freezing, not a problem. But higher elevations, there's going to be some spots, plateau, that we're going to get pictures from.
Sure.
Grundy and Cumberland and Sequatchie. We got a viewer there in Fredonia Mountain. Sequatchie always provides great pictures, and I'm anxiously waiting to see if his deck and yard has some snow in it tomorrow. So I'll be waiting for those pictures. But until we get there, though, it's all about this coming in. And again, folks, can't stress enough, because of the damaging wind risk. This is what all these polygons are for. When warnings like this are issued, you got to treat them like tornado warnings because of the potential it has for structural damage and bringing trees down, power outages. So it's not long. It's not like a barrage of storms lasting hours on end. This is one of these that the severe part of it is an hour or less.
Right.
But those first 15, 20 minutes, ferocious with the winds.
Yeah, that's the time that you really have to be aware of or expect the strongest winds in these cases. And so we're going to be watchful of that leading edge there, especially.
And this is just showing you that it's raining in Western Franklin, but that's not severe yet. It's wind accompanied rain, but that's what we're looking at right there. And again, that line's had a history of producing some spin ups. So, just watching that very carefully for anything happening along that line. And, we can always show this every now and then, show the velocity scan within it, get an idea of some of the gust potential. And, that looks more linear, kind of straight line winds coming in. And let me just take a gander in there. Now look at that. That's just above the surface, 75 miles an hour. So that gives you an idea of the potential this has. Will that make it all the way to the surface? No, but maybe 60 miles an hour will. But that is some ferocious wind.
Now, you were talking earlier about that tornado warning we had earlier, and you were saying on the velocity scan, you could see where how that was very obvious to you when you saw that. Yeah,
and it was pretty pronounced rotation, and then it merged with the line. So, and they kind of lost its identity there. So, and because of, I'll show you this. This is what Bill's talking about. If you look at the earlier radar scan, if I back it up a bit, a couple of hours ago, we had two lines. So this is around 9:45. We had this and then the line, but it was these right here that were causing that chance. They were kind of supercells causing chance of rotation. And that's where that one in Giles County near Pulaski was doing. But notice as we advance this along, it kind of just merges into the line right about the time you got to that area near Giles County. So now it's all linear in nature, and not as pronounced supercells. So that, in a way, prevents the supercell development, but now you can kind of squarely focus on the line, and sometimes the line can have quick spin up so long yet when then he breaks in the line. So it's kind of taking it from one phase to another. But again, currently all up and down that line, every square inch of that line has a severe thunderstorm warning on it.
It sure does.
So, yeah. Yeah, it shows the timeline again. So we'll just go back to the live radar. There we go.
Yeah, it's still, we still got a little time before, for instance, in Chattanooga as an example, or right in the middle part of our viewing area, we still got a little time, although there are still a few cells out ahead of this main line that you were talking about that you're pointing from now.
Yeah. And I'm just giving you, we're about 70 miles away from Chattanooga at the moment. It's moving east at 55. So, about 2, 3 a.m., possibly entering Hamilton County around that in the 2 a.m. hour. And then of course the fact that Jackson and Western Franklin are under severe thunderstorm warnings means within the hour they're going to reach there. So, just to kind of give you a little timeline here. A little tracker. All these are on Central Time. So it's just off frame, but near Tracy City by 1:45 Eastern, 12:45 Central. So in the next hour, that leading edge could be as far as Tracy City by 12:35 Central near Swanee. So, and then Huntsville around 12:14 Eastern, Central. So all those are Central Time. So that's based on it still moving east at 55 miles an hour.
Will there be an alert sent out to cell phones when a tornado warning goes into effect? Now, I've had those,
Yep.
but I don't necessarily get them, I don't think, consistently sometimes, as far as if just for the cell phone. You know, I have better luck with, not to, you know, have favoritism here, but I have better luck with the app that we have as far as getting that kind of information. But yeah, I think normally you would get that.
Normally you should. I think check your settings in your phone for the WEA, wireless emergency alerts, and but it's under your settings on Apple. I believe it's on settings, preferences, and locations.
Gotcha.
And then I'm not sure on Android, but yeah, you can get those, and those are free. Yeah, you should never have to pay for any mobile device. I mean, other than your cell service for the month, but you shouldn't have to pay anything additional to get alerts like that. And like Bill was saying, our StormTech 9 alert app gets you those as long as your location services are turned on. And it'll follow you wherever you are. I've been on vacation and it pops up StormTech 9 alert in whatever county I'm in, as long as your location services are turned on. So yeah, be sure to turn it on, and also that your right here, mine's turned off, but that your alert settings are turned on and the tone is turned way up so it can wake you up. So you can get those alerts. And also no alert radio, be sure that you have that turned on, the little button on the side turned on so that you know when alerts are happening. So yes, check your settings in your phone for those. It's called WEA, wireless emergency alerts. And like one of our viewers is commenting, sometimes she'll get alerts from our app faster than the WEA alerts. And sometimes that's great when that happens. You know, at least our app is working, but sometimes it can be vice versa. Sometimes you'll see an alert from the WEA, sometimes the app. It all depends on what cell service you're getting, or if you're in your house, your Wi-Fi settings. So if you're under Wi-Fi, sometimes it gets it out a lot quicker.
Well, we want you to be able to have more than one way of getting your warnings. That's for sure.
No, absolutely.
And so, yeah, be thinking about that.
Yeah. The more devices that can wake you up, the better. Keely Ann asking, are they weakening any? Unfortunately, no. The only thing we've seen change is what we mentioned a few minutes ago, is now it's all in a line and no longer the individual cells advancing or developing in advance of it. So, there's some development here, although that's not, I think if you look at it very carefully, it's kind of responding to the upslope of the plateau. So as the wind is hitting the side of the plateau here, it's kind of inducing some showers, but it's not the supercells that we had a few hours ago. They've kind of merged with the line, but now they've merged with the line, and now the line's pretty strong moving by. So it's still very potent. There's still severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down the line. So yeah, the potential's still there for 60-mile-an-hour gust along that line. Not every storm, not every gust, but some individual gusts. But the winds up above us are roaring, 60, 70 mile an hour with that low level jet pushing this along. So it's got energy with it. And sometimes it pulls that down to the surface. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody was mentioning Android. Thank you, Brittany. Android is settings, notifications, advanced, then emergency alerts. So again, if you're on Android, go to settings, notifications, and advanced emergency alerts.
Okay.
Gotcha. All right, Brittany, thank you for that. Yeah, they all have that capability. And I know in the past there's been these, call services or whatnot, but I think they charged or whatever, but I don't, you shouldn't have with the cell based on just your cell service. All of these apps and alerts from the WA are absolutely free, with your, you should have to pay extra for that.
Somebody might figure that out.
Yeah.
How to charge you.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, when it comes to storm alerts, you need to make it as free and accessible as possible.
Yes.
That's just, if we have to be the Paul Revere out there running around,
right.
That's what we have to do. So that's why we're here. We're here late night on a Sunday night, early Monday morning. See, Melinda here says, I have a weather radio and a tornado alert device, both with backup batteries. There you go. Melinda's prepared. I love hearing that. Josh asking, do we both have our sleeves rolled up? Well, okay, I'll stand up. I have short sleeves on. So, yeah, it's up. I'm not wearing long sleeves today.
I'm wearing the long, but I haven't rolled them up.
Let me grab my drink over here. Yeah, so yeah, they're up, so to speak.
Well, we can see your arms, So yeah, I was just looking at what you were saying on the iPhone, and that is settings, notifications, and then at the bottom, it has government alerts.
That's it. Yeah.
And enhanced safety alerts, but that's something different. But you have emergency alerts on or off, and then you can choose whatever you want here. There's several options of like Amber alerts if you want those to go off, public safety alerts, test alerts. Mine, I have the emergency alerts on, and I do get them.
Yeah, I get them too. I've had to turn a few off, go through there because it will alert you for a lot of stuff, and for the better. But there's sometimes I just want to sleep.
Right.
But in a case like this, though, I would advise everyone to have it turned on, and just know that, because as you can see how wide these polygons are. When these alerts are issued for your county, they're going to be in effect for like an hour. So when you get the alert, it may not be over you yet. You may wake up and go, what gives? But it's because it's coming within the hour. So just be aware of that. I don't want you to wake up and think someone's crying wolf. It's just, it's just on its way.
Summer says that she missed the sleeve reveal. Are they rolled? And David's got a short sleeve.
Yeah, one more time. It's short sleeve. Yeah,
it's a short sleeve.
Yeah, I don't have guns here. It's just short sleeve. So, they're sort of up.
Yes.
I have no sleeves to roll up. So,
well, we get it. We got it.
And again, the only warnings at the moment. This is going to change. I think in the next half hour, it's going to change pretty quickly. We are right at 12. Well, we're just shy of 1 a.m. Eastern. And there's that line near Hazel Green. So we've got Western Franklin, Western Jackson, 2 local counties under warning, severe thunderstorm warning. These are against Central Time, 12:45 Central, 1:45 Eastern. That includes Western Jackson, just all areas really west of 72. So not quite Scottsboro and not quite Suwannee. I don't think they're in that, but eventually we'll get there. But next 15 minutes that for Franklin County, that'll probably get expanded pretty shortly here, extended out. So heads up, Marion County. Marion, you're going to have some wind-driven showers showing up right here. It's kind of a secondary line, but you can see where it's kind of bumps up with the terrain here. So it's kind of some terrain-enhanced showers there. So not quite severe, but wind-driven rain nevertheless, sort of a precursor to that coming in. But it shows you how strong those south winds are kicking up like that. And then it's met by this. So you got change in direction with height, good old shear going on. So, yeah, it's a pretty potent line of storms, and the reason why we've been so concerned since midweek.
Right. It has been for several days now.
Coming in. Okay, they just extended one for Gunnersville. This is south of Huntsville, but for that line way west of Coleman's, it goes all the way to Gunnersville Lake. So within the hour, Jackson, eastern Jackson, and more of DeKalb County probably go under a warning at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's moving right along. Since they just issued that, let's just get a forward speed verification on that. Yeah, east at 50. So moving east at 50. So we're still in that 50, 60 mile an hour time frame. Still no, I don't want to jinx it. Still no tornado warnings on the line, which is always good.
Yeah, that's
it's
nice.
bad enough dealing with severe wind gusts. We don't want any tornadoes along it. But, if you just take a look inside the line, anytime you get a little bowing out here and there, you got to be mindful of some stronger gusts. And there will be some terrain issues. A lot of times when it comes up the plateau, right in here, you'll get a little bit more enhanced wind. So if you live, say, Altamont, those areas facing off to the west, you're going to get stronger gusts coming up. So there are some terrain effects there that make their gusts a little stronger.
It's a little more. Well, you were saying that we had that secondary line of showers there and that, but it is configured a little bit differently than it was when it came into West Tennessee, where it was just one line of storms. But this has a kind of extended out, and that's like you say, there's an awful lot of that kind of thing going on with some of the storms out ahead, but hopefully. Because David Glenn's rule is you got to watch for those storms out ahead of the main line.
Yeah. Those and again, it's those individual what we call discrete supercells, and they're not discrete. They basically make their presence known. But now they've merged together, you've kind of taken out a little bit out of the way that supercell. Now it's more linear. So.
So we have some storm reports here.
Yeah, here are just a couple of reports. It's from about an hour ago near in Murray County, Columbia, Tennessee. Some trees down there. I think this is just the one tornado symbol there. That's in Florence. I think that was just that funnel cloud spotted. That's what I saw earlier. Yeah. No confirmation of touchdown, but that was with a sky cam. But where this line's rolled by, there's several reports of trees down. Let's see. This is Lauderdale County, Alabama, 6-inch tree branch over a road. Another one here. This is all west of 65. Trees down around Bonnertown, west-southwest of Minor Hill. Minor Hill, that's where a tornado warning was in effect.
I just see on the messages that they've extended the watch.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look.
I thought maybe you might want to.
Yeah, there we go. As we speak. So now it goes all the way to the North Carolina border. So this is, and if Morristown's doing that, then we're going to see these will start filling in pretty quickly because that means they've extended Georgia counties also. So everybody east of I-75 who wasn't under the warning on the watch, now you are. So McMinn, Monroe, Polk, Bradley, now under that warning. Is it still till 4 a.m.? 6 a.m. So let me do a little updating here. Just so we're not confusing anybody. Take that. Change that time frame there.
Yeah, and sometimes the local offices will be coordinating on these watches and making sure that it's consistent, because you don't want one area that's looks more extended than another necessarily. They like to keep it in congruity there.
Yeah.
So like you say, I would expect to see next perhaps that watch extended down into Georgia for some of the rest of those counties.
Yeah, and I think these are still all the way to Whitfield, still 4 a.m. So yeah, they'll start extending those those counties for sure. But they added these because I think it's because it's getting closer now.
Mhm.
It's still like, yeah, this is going to get there. So that's the extension of the tornado watch. There's some of the reports. Here's live look at radar. So I'm going to keep an eye on that still. These appear to be non-severe. Some heavy downpours down the basically right on Mont Eagle. So Mont Eagle, Suwannee, Eastern Franklin, and the Grundy, right in advance of the main line. Some heavy downpours, wind-driven downpours, and you got the line right there coming in. So
yep, there it is.
And all severe thunderstorm warnings along it. And so as we are now just after 1 Eastern, I'd say within the hour, we're going to see several more counties added to more than likely severe thunderstorm warnings as that line keeps moving eastward with time.
Mm-hmm.
So still looking like into Hamilton County during the 2 a.m. hour, not right at 2 a.m., but during the 2 a.m. hour. And just to give you some reference of where it is, that's the leading edge there. So you're still about 60 miles west of Chattanooga. It's moving east at 55. Mm-hmm. So during the 2:30 time frame, starting to get in. And it'll probably be raining beforehand, but that's where the heaviest is.
Now, I'm not sure that you said, I know you said 6 a.m. for that extension of that watch, but I think that whole watch now, I think, is 6 a.m.
Oh, okay.
I think that when I was reading here, it said that previously in effect until 4 early this morning, is now in effect until 6.
Okay. Let's
So that's those, the counties that are almost the entire
you're right.
counties in the Tennessee area.
Yeah, all the southeast Tennessee now till 6. That's right, 6 a.m. Okay. Yeah, I don't. And to add to that, they'll be long gone. It'll be long past Chattanooga, but way before 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
But to get to the state line, so everyone understands, to get to here, it's probably going to take till about 6 a.m. for it to get there. So
they've got to combine the message.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that's a good call by Morristown to just kind of say, okay, look, from here, from where it is now to the Tennessee, North Carolina border, it's at least going to take till 6 a.m. Mm-hmm. So yeah, these are still 4 a.m. Northwest Georgia. This is going to be so confusing. 4 a.m. Northeast Alabama, 4 a.m. Eastern. But yeah, as Bill was saying, that's correct. Southeast Tennessee till 6 a.m. So yeah, so it doesn't mean it's going to last any longer. Everybody's going to be the same time frame, the line rolling by. It's just that how long will it take to clear that real estate? And that's it. You're just looking at geography right now. So looking at, are there any power outages along the line? I haven't. Oh, here's Georgia just updating.
Yeah, there.
I haven't heard of any. I'm sure there have been. I primarily look at the EPB and VEC numbers, but I haven't seen out west. I'm sure there are. Mm-hmm. So here we go. All right, yeah. All right, for simplicity purposes now. Everybody's now till 6 a.m. Okay. The only exception, I believe, is going to be Northeast Alabama. So for Tennessee, Georgia, this is all out till 6 a.m. So that's all been updated. So the only counties not under the watch are Cherokee and Clay, but I have a feeling they'll expend that with time also. Okay.
Yeah, that just makes sense. Well, they definitely have covered us up.
Yep. I'm going to take that one graphic out there. That kind of gets in my way of transitioning from that to radar. So we'll just take that out. Let's get back to the radar, to the here and now. And again, just so folks know, watch means conditions are favorable that a tornado could occur. We certainly hope it doesn't, but you got to be mindful of this line coming by because it already possesses a damaging wind threat, which can oftentimes mimic a tornado. and it can quickly form a tornado without warning, because as much as we like to be able to proactively warn people, sometimes you got to expect the unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the unexpected is going to happen. And that's where you got to be mindful of that. Even though there are no warnings at the moment, you're saying, well, there's a tornado watch with no tornado warnings. It's because of the energy this line has and the uncertainty with that line.
Hmm.
So we have to be aware of that. And a lot of times the spin-ups can happen so fast before a warning can be issued. And so it's one of those unfortunate things that happens. So you just got to keep in mind, if you're under severe thunderstorm warning, which is going to cover more of our local counties very soon, just treat it as you would a tornado warning. Just get a safe place, lowest level in your home, lowest level away from windows. Stay there until that storm passes on by. Don't be near windows. Try not to be upstairs. If you have a basement, great, or a storm shelter, but not peering out the window looking for it.
Right.
We don't want you doing that. But you're going to know it when it's windy. When it's windy, don't go, I got to look. No, I don't want you to look. I don't want you to take pictures or anything. Just get to a safe place. Stay there to get the clear from that. So we'll start seeing very soon, because that line is progressing eastward. I have a feeling Van Buren, Grundy, Cumberland, Moore, Franklin, Marion, probably very soon we'll probably have an active, at least advisory or an extension of these warnings coming up and moving in. That shows you how fast it moves over the past hour. Yes, Sean, AM, 6 a.m. Just to make sure we're on the same page there. No, not till 6 p.m. No, just till 6 a.m. Good question, though. And just to show you a timeline one more time, I have folks asking questions about the timing. And once we start getting into the active warnings, we won't be able to show the timeline. So here's real quickly kind of our future track. So here's about 1:30, entering the plateau, and then possibly during the 2 a.m. hour, leading edge near Chattanooga. Someone asked about Bradley County. Well, yeah, close to 3. So between 2:30 and 3, between 2:30 and 3 a.m., possibly near Cleveland. And there it is, just after 5:30, exiting to the east, the leading edge. So that gives you just kind of a brief timeline on how far it's going to move. And I'll show you one more time while we're not active yet. This is by 11 a.m. Now we got a completely different scenario here.
Yeah, it sure does.
Temperatures are falling. You got rain and some snow showers, and there'll be some good bursts of snow showers and flurries. It's going to favor higher elevations. Even in the valley, you're going to see flakes coming down tomorrow. But look at the temperatures. In the valley, I don't think it's going to be an issue. It'll be exciting, but not an issue. But at higher elevations, there's going to be areas that get a little accumulation. A quick inch or so is not impossible. I don't think it's going to be uniform. It'll be kind of pockets of it. It'll stick around through evening and overnight. But with temperatures dropping overnight into early Tuesday morning, there may be some slick travel parts of the plateau. So just be aware of that for tomorrow night. That's a whole other issue that we'll get into much later after this monster rolls on by. So it's severe, then it's cold. That's what we call phase 2.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, I know that when you see the record lows for this time of year, it still can get very cold in this time of year. And so it's people who are in a big hurry to do some gardening and things, again, happens every year. It seems like
it does.
They ask. Yeah, I'm very conservative about it because I'll tell them, even the middle part of April, you're not completely necessarily out of the frost chances and that kind of stuff.
True.
Yeah, but usually we can give you a pretty good idea. That'll be another subject for another time.
Yeah, I usually say tax day.
That's right,
Once
tax
you
day.
Get your tax check, then go
And in the mountains,
buy your plants and plant them.
In the mountains, even May 1st sometimes has been kind of the guidance on that.
That's true.
But the people get it. And I understand. You get the fever for that kind of stuff. You're ready to go.
Yeah. And it's been warm enough everything's popping out there, which I'm so afraid of for tomorrow night in the cold. Yeah. Our yellow bells are beautiful this year, but
it's they're gonna
get nipped for sure tomorrow night. Here's a new warning. Really, it's just an extension. We're going to start seeing more of these pop up. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin County out till 1:15 Central, 2:15 Eastern. Again, 60-mile-an-hour gust. It is moving east at 45. Little slower. I'm moving east at 45 miles an hour. So that includes all of Franklin County. And it's for that very same reason, that line right there, moving on through. And I believe, this is still the same warning for Jackson County. Very soon, I anticipate Grundy, Van Buren, and Cumberland will probably start having these warnings extended, these severe thunderstorm warnings extended. So what you have happening here in Palmer, Altamont, and Mont Eagle, there's rain. It's pretty loud out there, but it's not the severe line yet. It's in advance of it. So, it's pretty noisy over in here, but this is where the wind is. And let's just kind of take a look inside the velocity scan here. Look inside the microscope.
Yes.
So, you can see a big old difference here. So, that bright red gusts up to 50 above the surface. Over here, it's close. It's still pretty windy. So some wind-driven rain for sure, but it's a bit stronger with the wind over here than right here. But still, it's pretty noisy. So I know it's nerve-wracking. People hearing that already. In fact, Sherry, it's right on cue. Sherry says starting to rain and wind picking up in Grundy County in Barkertown. So, yep. As we're saying that, there's her comment right there. So there you have it. There's that lightning. But see, it's not severe yet, but with this line drawing closer to Grundy, you're probably going to go under that warning extended with time. So heads up. Heads up for sure. And just to show folks, when I expand this out, the worst weather is right there. All of that's just loud and wet. So the worst weather is right here, right there. The rest of it is noisy and rainy. So just keep that in mind. The whole thing is not just one big severe storm. It's the leading edge. That's the worst right there.
And that's where they got the warnings. Pretty much.
Yep.
Are out ahead of it anyway.
Gail says, wasn't this the date of the blizzard in 93? You're close. It was March 12th and 13th of 93. But there was still snow on the ground from the blizzard on March 15th, 93. So, so it's close. So mid-March has a history of what I say March being March. In mid-March has done all sorts of bad things. In fact, a year ago on this date, it was a Saturday, we had severe thunderstorms and a couple of tornado warnings. So we were under enhanced level 3 risk that day, March 15, 2025. So this date is not been a fun one for sure. Summer asking, can I pull up the weather beacon towards Cleveland? Summer, I will as it draws closer, because I only like to bring up about movement of an hour's time. But as it draws closer, we'll be able to expand the weather tracker. We jokingly call the beacon out to Cleveland. We will. Yes, Jess, actually, what we're just talking about, Jess said, we had a tornado warning a year ago. Yes, it was on this date a year ago. We had tornadoes and strong winds. It's on a Saturday night. I remember that. Another summer says starting in Pelham and it's bad wind. All right. So you can see Altamont here, Tracy City, getting pretty noisy, pretty windy, but it's that coming up on the west side that has the stronger gust with it. Probably got a little hail with that right there.
True.
A little purple.
Yeah, I see it.
A little bit.
It's like a dentist's x-ray.
Yeah.
I don't like the dark spots.
Yeah, no, we don't like that. Yeah, there's a strong gust. But it's all in a line there. So we've gone a little while without tornado warnings, which is good. Certainly don't want to jinx that, but as I've said, even severe thunderstorm warning alone is bad enough with this gust potential.
Mm-hmm. And like you say, they can come up quicker than you can get the warning out every once in a while.
Yeah, it happens.
So you have to just kind of keep that in mind.
Yeah, it happens for sure. I'll pull up the hail chart. Someone asking about hail. I'll just I haven't extended the warnings yet. Let's look at the hail. I'll take all this off for a second. Current hail. Take off the lightning. There hasn't been a whole lot of reports of it. Not large hail in a while. And no, if you look real carefully on this loop, like right about here, there's some spots where some small hail has been. Not a whole lot though.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good sign that we're not seeing a lot of hail. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's a good question. But so far, not seeing that. But as Bill was mentioning earlier, there's a lot of lightning with this stuff.
And there has been ever since it came into West Tennessee, and even farther out to the west was starting to get organized.
There's Grundy that just issued.
There it is.
Severe thunderstorm warning out for Grundy County till 1:15 Central, 2:15 Eastern. Gust up to 60 as it moves east at 60. So no change to the reason why they issued the warning, for the very same reason. Also, Van Buren is under that warning. Oh, it's the same warning. Okay. It's just kind of north-south warning. Same thing. Out to 1:15 Central, 2:15 Eastern. 60-mile-an-hour gust and moving east at 50. So as I believe her name was Summer, was asking about the Bacon tracker. And as it gets closer to Cleveland over here, when it comes within an hour of Cleveland, we'll have the Bacon tracker out. But people who don't know what the Bacon tracker is, it's this. And it allows us to show where it's moving in an hour's time. It looks like strips of bacon. So we just call it the Bacon tracker. And there you go. So within an hour, if it stays in the same path, same speed, Dayton around 2:18 Eastern, it's about an hour away from Dayton. Crossville, top of the hour. Some are CT, some are ET. Swanee, it's already raining and thundering in Swanee, but that wind gust potential is going to get to you in less than 20 minutes. So just a real rough timeline there of that line that currently has Franklin, Grundy, and Van Buren under severe thunderstorm warnings. And it's starting to rain in Marion, starting to rain in Sequatchie. So it gets really windy up and down that Sequatchie Valley there, especially with the south wind. So I know when folks in Dunlap, you're probably hearing the wind roar and getting the rain, but you're still a little ways away from the real action. That's probably just over the plateau from you by about, I got the wrong thing out there. This is what I meant to use. It's still about 35 miles away. So a little under an hour away from you. But it's still pretty windy and rainy there in Dunlap, up to Pikeville, those areas. Anytime the winds line up perfectly with the valley there.
Yeah, it is just kind of the now casting abilities of just watching them as they come across.
Someone asking about schools. Well, let me pull this up here. There's several delays, but some schools like Hamilton are on spring break. So they're already out as it is. They were asking about, what was it? Cleveland City. I don't know yet. Let me see. According to our list, I don't see Cleveland City listed. If you go newschannel9.com or go to our app right there and go to the weather tab and go to closings, you'll see them right there scrolling by. But it's even on our website also scrolling by. So the only system closed is Bledsoe County closed today. Catoosa County, Chickamauga City, Dade County, DeKalb County, Fort Payne, Gordon County, Grundy are all 2-hour delays. Meg's a 2-hour delay. Marion is closed. So, hold on. So is Van Buren. So the only ones closed so far are Van Buren, Marion. What was the other one? Bledsoe. But
yeah, Bledsoe came in first tonight.
Yeah, a ton of them are on 2-hour delays. So you go to the website to check it out for your school system's status. It'll be at newschannel9.com under the weather tab. Click closings. It'll be right there. And of course, we'll have it on Good Morning Chattanooga in about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Be on there. Our whole crew will start arriving shortly anyway.
They start early.
They do.
Every day.
Yeah, it's 4:30?
4:30.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just getting to sleep by that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got a little noise action here in advance of the line. So let's keep an eye on that. Make sure nothing pops up from that initial line, but it doesn't seem to be. And still no tornado warnings on the line. It's all severe thunderstorm warnings, but I never use the phrase just severe thunderstorm warnings because these can be nasty. And they've got a history of producing a lot. That map I was showing earlier, I took it out, but just to show folks again, is this it? Yeah. This shows all the storm damage reports so far that the line has just moved over. So,
well, that's a good number.
Yeah, this is where it's come from. And here's some gust reports, wind damage. Let's take a look at a few of them. A gust of 51, Humphreys County, West Tennessee, in Dyer, 70-mile-an-hour gust earlier this evening. Some wind damage here. I guess that's near Franklin. That's the one in Murray County. So 6,500 folks in Murray County, Tennessee without power in Columbia, Tennessee. So, yeah, this has a history of doing wind damage, trees down, power lines. So I anticipate the same thing happening here locally as this moves on through, sweeps on through. But there it is. It's knocking on the door right now. And again, between 1:30, 2:30, heads up, Marion, Sequatchie, Bledsoe, Cumberland, you might start getting added to these warnings as it moves eastward and advances eastward. Even Hamilton during the 2 a.m. hour between 2 and 3, it'll be raining beforehand, but the risk of damaging wind gusts draws closer.
And I noticed that Hamilton County even starting to see a few showers in the western part there just now, as that has been just kind of expanding a little bit. It started out with just a few showers out ahead of that main line of storms, and now it has filled in a little bit anyway. So it is extended from Bledsoe to Sequatchie to Marion County, that particular area of showers.
See, Kevin Ferguson says strong winds whipping through Pleasant Hill right now. Sounds like freight trains rolling through the woods. Yeah, it can. It's a mighty roar that comes through for sure. Those winds. So Kevin, just stay put. It's a safe place till we the storm moves on by for sure. Let's see. Yeah, folks asking about their county. So we'll just show you again. This is the extent of warnings currently. Severe thunderstorm warning from Van Buren, Grundy, Franklin, Western Jackson. But tornado watch remains in effect for pretty much everybody, with the exception of Cherokee and Clay. But that may get extended with time. But this is all out. Southeast Tennessee is all out till 6 a.m. I believe Northwest Georgia was the same thing, wasn't it? Did they? Yeah, 6 a.m.
Yes. 6 a.m.
So they all went the same time frame. What this means, folks, is it won't be when the severe storm reaches you. It won't last till 6 a.m. It just means that the line that's here will sweep by here and be exiting out of here before 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what that means. So, so everybody locally under that watch at the moment. But at the current time, no severe thunderstorm warnings, although there are numerous, no tornado warnings, but there are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings on that line. And it looks like it's just west of the plateau now,
mm-hmm.
west of Crossville, west of Fall Creek Falls. And boy, there's that northwest corner of Grundy where it's just about that line just now coming in there.
It sure is.
Let's just look at the wind gusts here. Yeah, it's in a line. You can see abruptly where the winds really pick up. It's amazing how they pick up and kind of drop off back behind it, but boy, that's 60. That's 60 above the surface there. Then you get that back behind the line and it just kind of drops off. So it's that leading edge that has a punch to it. So you can almost pick out right where that line just lines up. And there it is, reaching right there in the northwestern Grundy and just about almost near Swanee.
Mm-hmm.
And then just to stress again, for those joining in, all of this back behind here is all rain. It's noisy, but you don't notice anything. There's no warnings back here. It's all on the leading edge. So it'll be noisy for a while, but not the worst. The worst of it's that leading edge.
Dade County starting to get a little bit of rain. It's light, but that will continues to show how it's getting some expansion to the east as it kind of grows a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely gets your attention. Let you know, hey, something's up.
Yes.
Because for the longest this evening, it was calm and warm and people thinking, what's going on? But, now you notice the change going on.
Yeah. 76 today, 77 yesterday. And really the weekend was just beautiful.
It was.
Yeah.
And next weekend's going to be up around 80 again and no storms, thankfully.
Mm-hmm,
So.
mm-hmm.
So here we go. Here's one of our viewers mentioned Pelham right there. They had this part of the line, and now Pelham's about to get that second pass. So that was noisy, but Pelham, you're about to get the really strong winds now. Same thing, Altamont here, Colmont. Here's Palmer, but there it is, that northwest corner.
Oh, yeah.
Right where that wind is. Back to Manchester's almost on the back side of it, so it's pretty quick. And there's Mont Eagle and Swanee. So the strong gusts are right here. Well, come on. There you go, right here. And very noisy, the other part of Franklin County. And then you get here through Huntsville. That's just about to almost make its way through Huntsville.
Yeah, it'll be a bit through there before you know it.
And just to show you again, if you pull up the velocity scan again. It's just that's that whole line. It's kind of a curvy line, but it shows right where the wind gust, the gust front is, right there along it. Just about to get into western Jackson County. It's still down along this area. Still no, still primarily severe thunderstorm warnings back down into central Alabama, but no tornado warnings on that line. That's what we hope stays that way. It's bad enough having these severe thunderstorms. We don't want tornadoes added to the equation. Although I think right there, that's on the Tennessee-Kentucky border.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tornado. Of course, again, this is not local, but that's up near the border there. And you can see, yeah, right there near what's called static. Little rotation there. That's way north of us. But that's the only tornado warning so far that's close to us. Let's see, they just updated this morning. Let's see what the update is. Yeah, so that's the severe thunderstorm warning continues for Franklin County till 2:15 Eastern, 1:15 Central, 60-mile-an-hour gust, penny-sized hail moving to the east at 45. So a smidge slower than what they've been going to. But so if we just get a little tracker on that, just did the wrong thing. There we go.
Oh,
there we go. So that'll give you a little time frame here. So Suwannee currently, or in the next few minutes, Palmer 108. Even though it's already raining in Palmer, it's that secondary line coming in. South Pitt, raining currently in South Pitt, but you'll catch the wind from that line in about 35 minutes. And Signal Mountain, there it is during the 2 a.m. hour, 2:34. So where that line is right now could reach as far east as western Hamilton around 2:34. And again, as it's all inches its way east, very, very carefully, very slowly. We'll give you the loop. There we go. We'll start seeing more of these counties right in here, these border counties, the warning Bledsoe and Sequatchie, Marion, Eastern Jackson probably have an expansion of these warnings fairly soon as this makes its way farther east.
mm-hmm.
Joyce asking about Kimball, Tennessee. Well, in Kimball, it's already raining. As I just mentioned, I think we said South Pittsburgh was going to be about 1:15. So you're already getting rain and thundering there in Kimball. But if you go just to the west, it's going to come up and over the mountain there. And let's put it this way. Over the next hour, you're going to have more rain. And it's going to become even windier, put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Nicole's saying here. Already having some wicked wind and a little rain on South Pittsburgh Mountain. So, yeah, she's right here. And that's what she's talking about. And it's only going to get windier there, Nicole. So once that line comes over the plateau there.
Well, Summerlin asks the age-old question, why do the worst storms always have to happen at night? Well, I don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, and in this case, it's the time that the cold front came through.
That's right. And, you know, when we go through the summer months, a lot of times they're, you know, it's those late afternoon, evening thunderstorms, and they can kind of develop into something a little more. This was obviously something that has traveled a long ways.
Yeah. Yeah. So it could have, and it really, honestly, with it happening at night, it won't be as strong as it would have been in the afternoon. With like if it came through this Sunday afternoon with 76-degree temperatures, you'd be dealing with a whole lot stronger storms for sure. So, but yeah, I know what you mean. But when it happens overnight, it's just you know, you can't sleep. It's a Monday. I get it.
Yeah.
Makes it stressful for sure. And then of course you don't know, like when it goes on by, is there going to be no power? Is not power going to be out? Are going to be trees down? Can it get to work? And those questions will be gradually answered over the next couple of hours as this rolls on by. So I get the uncertainty. I understand that, and it's frustrating. Oh, there's Cumberland. Just did I miss that? Or did that just oh, thank goodness. It was just a minute ago.
Yeah, I didn't think it could have been missed by much.
Yeah, Cumberland, severe thunderstorm warning out till 1:45 Central, 2:45 Eastern. Again, that's for 60-mile-an-hour gust potential, and it's moving east at 50. So again, this includes Crossville. It's all the entire county: Crossville, Crab Orchard, Pleasant Hill. So something to get windier. I had one viewer say that about Crossville, or about Pleasant Hill, excuse me. And Summer, that's right. Good comment she made, and something we've repeated often with this is tornadoes cannot be ruled out with these lines, and that's true. That's why we're staying vigilant here, and the reason why tornado watches remain in effect, even though there's no tornado warnings, which is good. Tornado watches are out because of the potential that exists. Okay. Now here we go.
Yeah, that's right. The engine continues to rev.
So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning out for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 counties, including Hamilton. And it's all because it's the same line coming in. It's right here, but this is where it's going to be moving over the next hour. So if your alert just went off, in fact, there it is on my phone. The WTVC weather app just said severe thunderstorm warning for Chattanooga. So there you go. Till 2:45 Eastern time. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Hamilton County, which also includes, I'll read these off: Ray, Meg, Sequatchie, Bledsoe, Marion, Hamilton, and southwestern Roane County until 2:45 Eastern. That line of storms extending from Spencer to about Huntland is moving east at 40. Main threats with this, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, okay, which, of course, can cause damage to roofs, siding, trees, cause power outages. So, again, that's out to 2:45 Eastern time because of this line right here. It'll be raining before the line gets there, but that's the line we're watching. This is what has prompted the warning right there. And what we've been saying for the past hour that, you might have a warning and look out and say, hey, nothing's happening. Well, in the next hour, it will be. So to give you time to get, place of safety, make preparations, do what you need to do. So it'll be on the other end of Hamilton County within the hour. Okay. So people ask about Cleveland. Okay. So let me just, because I've had several people from Cleveland. And I get it. Cleveland is probably going to be during the closer to 3 a.m. So Cleveland, the strongest part of the storm is right here. That's still about 50 miles from Cleveland. And it's moving east at 45 to 50. So
you're an hour away.
So 2:45 to 3 is when it could at least reach Bradley County. So that's when that line could get. Now, it'll rain beforehand for that, but that's where that line is. And we'll track the leading edge of this line again right here. East at 40. It was moving a little slower. So can everybody see the time? Yeah, there it is. So a couple of Central Time. South Pitt around 1:13. That's about the same time it had last time. 1:13 Central. Signal Mountain around 2:30 Eastern. Saudi Daisy 2:34 Eastern. So there you go. That gives you rough estimate, a little less than an hour from those two areas. And then Jackson County just had a warning extended. Again, this is no surprise. It's because of this line right here. And that's for specifically Jackson County and northern DeKalb County, Alabama. That's out till 2:45 Eastern, 1:45 Central. again, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, penny-sized hail moving east at 45. So little slower in the eastern progression, but again, that's so kind of a 45 to 50 sweep. So
it's a systematic transition of warnings from west to east.
Yeah. So again, if you're just waking up and you just got alerted and you're thinking, whoa, what in the world's going on? I don't see anything happening in Hamilton County right now, but this is why they got the warnings. You may be saying to yourself, you don't see anything. I see something happening, but not at the moment outside. But so in Chattanooga, it's just a little rain, but this is what we're watching right there. That's what we're watching coming over the next hour. So next hour is going to start changing. Hamilton County, Meigs, Ray, Bledsoe, Sequatchie, Marion, all under this warning out to 2:45 Eastern because of the potential of 60-mile-an-hour gusts. And let's take a look. Take a look in Grundy. Let's take a look at the winds here. So yeah, you can see that very narrow.
Oh yeah.
See it right there. So little slivers where the strongest winds are there. You just take yep. A little over 60 above the surface, so it reaches that 58-mile-an-hour threshold for severe. So it's got that potential for sure. And you can clearly see that line just moving right on through. But the fact that it is linear, there's no breaks, there's no rotation. So yeah, so it's more of a, in this case, going through Grundy, more of a straight line wind issue, but very strong straight line winds. I'm going to emphasize that. Damaging wind gusts.
And the straight line winds were really all along was the main worry with these particular storms. Sure, an isolated tornado perhaps, but really it was the straight line winds and heavy downpours.
Yeah. Those wind-driven downpours.
And very windy, yeah.
And always mindful that, quick spin up along the line. I don't see any breaks in the line. And that's oftentimes where you may see a quick spin up happen. But for the most part, still all the way to Crossville, all up and down, all these warnings out. It's mainly a strong straight line wind issue at the moment.
And once the line gets to you, it may not even last an hour over your neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah, the severity, yeah, it'll last. The worst part is short, but it's going to be raining and thundering and lightning for a little while longer, well after that. Let's see. Just going to look at another radar scan here. Checking out that in Grundy County. Still seems to be straight line. But that's some strong wind there. Sequatchie. Let's take a look up here. I didn't go a little that far north. Let's take a look at that. That is in Grundy and Van Buren. Let's see. That wind is screaming through there. This is up toward so you've got Van Buren, Bledsoe, Sequatchie, into Grundy, and some of the wind gusts there. Yeah, 60 to 70. That again is above the surface, but it gives you an idea. It can get nasty through there. And again, that's coming up the plateau, so a little bit more upslope flow can emphasize that wind a little bit stronger, enhance it a little bit. So very, very strong winds there, moving through Bledsoe County, far northwestern Sequatchie. I had mentioned Fredonia Mountain a while back. That's over near that neck of the woods. And even northern parts of Marion. So it's pretty windy out there, really windy. Just stay inside type windy. Again, there's that warning out. Just emphasizing again, Marion, Hamilton out to 245 Eastern as the storms make their way to the east. 60 mile an hour wind gust potential. It's not every gust, some, but strong enough to cause some wind damage, power outages. So it's going to be a possibility for sure.
And so that is just 55 minutes still left on that warning. And as we were saying, the warnings, I guess in general, the warnings are just being issued for a little longer period of time, it seems to me, on some of these, like this one. This one you have up on the screen right now is 245 where it expires, but it's also a kind of a long warning as far as on the map is concerned. It's covering up a lot of space.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the power outage maps just to in anticipation of some of these rolling through. Right, there are no power outages yet locally here on the two main servers, but just pulling this up here just in case. Well, take that back. Pulled up the Volunteer Energy VEC. That covers a lot of area north and south. So we got already out of their 130,000 customers served, a little over 2,000 customers are without power. It seems to be clustered there in Cumberland County. And even some down over Bradley. I guess some of the earlier wind gusts have caused that. But there are already some outages there in Cumberland County. And the EPB service area, the storms haven't quite reached yet. So we'll be watching that. Where'd my map go? Oh, I see. I hit the wrong. There we go. So you can see the movement of all that, just knocking on the door of our viewing area, hitting the western part.
Must have had another warning here. Let me see what it is.
Yeah. Is that northern Megs and Ray?
That might have been just been a reminder, or a different method of getting us the warning for. I'm looking to see. Yeah, this was already been had. We've already been covering these.
And here's one issued of just a moment ago, but it's one that's way up north. But the problem is it includes a sliver of northeastern Ray and northern Megs or northern McMinn. So it's in that warning for Oak Ridge out to 245 Eastern. But again, it's for the same reason. It's just it's for that line. So the far northern part of Megs and Ray are caught under that polygon, but see, it overlaps this polygon. So I've never seen that happen where it just kind of overlaps the same one, the same expiration time. But you may have had, if you live in that part near Spring City, you may have had your alert go off again, and that's why. So probably why yours went off too. That might have been it. Yeah. So it's kind of just blanketing things. And just to go north a bit, here's where there is a tornado warning here. This is in Kentucky. Okay, I don't want anybody thinking where's Monticello. That's in Kentucky. But just to show you from a velocity scan how different it can look. So you can see just a little bit of near Monticello there, just a little bit of rotation there with that cell right there. Moving through Monticello, right there. That's what prompted the warning there. Again, that's in Kentucky. That shows you the difference between where we're seeing more straight line winds than when you start seeing some rotation on the velocity scan with other storms. So that is still far north of us. So this is what we're looking at locally is still the main line here. And you can see worst of the wind and the rain, the lightning over Tracy City, Mount Eagle, Suwannee, Palmer, Altamont, Spencer. So all through Van Buren County, just about to move into Bledsoe. And really just really get into Cumberland County. All that red, some heavy rain, maybe a little hail with that, but it's very strong wind gusts. Same thing down to Jackson County. And almost near Gunnersville Lake, way to our south and west. But it's already raining in the city right now, just some light showers. So it kind of comes in stages here. You get the light showers, then you get a little bit heavier showers, and then you get the line right there. So it just kind of gradually ramps up in a little less than an hour's time. What time is it right now? What are we? Oh, we're close to 2. Is it 1:56?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're close to 2 a.m. Getting close to 2 a.m.
I would get numbers directly from the local providers. Sometimes those will be like, okay,
Let's see.
the power outage got you guys.
I will say right now, and then like looking at the other one that's specifically for Chattanooga, we don't have any outages right now.
We'll do a
Right, not right now. What I'm saying is,
quick
okay, yeah, if we do take, I would look.
another one of our bacon trackers here.
We can, if anything, what we do is the pod computer, we have it all.
So when will the worst of the weather go over the next hour? This gives you just kind of a rough estimate. Again, many of these places it's already raining, but just where the worst of it comes through, Palmer in the next few minutes. South Pittsburgh. Again, you got 2 lines. One line coming over you now in South Pitt, but the next line comes in at about 15 minutes. So expect weather to just deteriorate in the next 15 minutes. Saudi, around 2:38. All right. And then you have Chattanooga about 2:45. Again, already raining, but that leading edge of the worst weather about 2:45.
And that's from the, like you were saying, you just said, the heaviest or the strongest storms would be that timeline there.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see there's a good burst of rain here, that line that's kind of developed there in Marion to Sequatchie. And you got the leading edge of the line right here. See if that catches up with it again. That's kind of been the case this evening. And all this out here, not severe, just windy and rainy. And then everything back west of the plateau now is it's noisy, but you notice no warnings, no polygons out there. So it's all below severe levels to the west, even though it's raining and lightning, but the worst of it's right on the leading edge of the line. That's the worst weather. And even if you see where the way out to the east, south wind starts getting enhanced by the mountains out here to the east. And you start getting some storms east of LJ, east of Blue Ridge. So watch out Clay County over near Hayesville. Nothing severe yet, but you're going to get some stuff way out before everybody else does west of you. can hear it raining just a little bit outside.
Yeah,
Not
it
too
has
much.
started a little bit.
I've got one person saying, "Can I go to sleep?" and one person saying, "I can't sleep." So
That'll
I
tell
got
you
you.
something.
Yeah. I mean, people ask all the time, "Can you go to sleep?" And I'd say, "Sure," but if you're going to, just make sure you've got multiple ways of getting alerts. That you have a mobile device that can wake you up, or you have a no alert radio that has a loud tone that can wake you up also. So if you got that, go ahead and take a nap if you want to. But if the storm is on the map here, if you live close where the storm is, probably best stay awake and just be aware until it passes by, then go to sleep. So I know it's Sunday night, heading into Monday morning, not a fun way to start the week. I get it. So, but we're here too. We're awake.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're starting your week early.
Yes. Another way to look at it. Yeah. Well, it really never was relaxing. I had to help my son move yesterday in Atlanta. He and his wife had to help them move, and that was a fun day helping them on an exciting day for them. But it was I was exhausted.
Yes,
I'm still exhausted.
Yeah.
So, so it's been I never really. It's never been a weekend. It's just been constantly working. So that's how it goes, though. Let's see. Tracy City, Whitwell, Dunlap. You're about to get some strong gusts coming your way very shortly. Down at the Pikeville. Let's check that. Check those winds. You can see right when there's the line of strongest wind right there. That strong gust potential. Sweeping on through. And there's kind of a dramatic drop off. Once you have the gust there is a drop off the farther west you go behind it. But along it's pretty wicked.
It was a pretty quick cutoff there of the wind.
If anybody's there, like our viewers who say you're in Mont Eagle, Tracy City, places like that, let us know what you experienced as that line rolled on by, because and we're going to start having more folks affected, like Dunlap, Whitwell, very shortly. Let us know what you're hearing. And, I don't want you, as I said, go into a window and actually seeing. Yeah, we don't want you, taking pictures and, we don't want you to put yourself in danger, but we like to know what you experience there as it moves on through. So for sure.
Yeah, so we can give a little preview for the others.
Kaylee, I'll show the tracker for Chatsworth as it draws closer. So for sure, we'll show that. Oh, here we go. Kara says in Colmont, heavy rain and strong winds. All right, great. That gives us an idea. So Colmont, firsthand report right there is that it's rolled on by. Kara says heavy rain and some very strong winds. So that lines up with what we're seeing on the radar, but it's good to get that on the ground report. So Kara, stay safe. Thank you for that update. And everybody locally, saying wind gusts are picking up, and for sure they are. In fact, just to go away from the radar for a second, if you just look at the wind gusts currently, there are many areas with gusts way away from storms. It'll pop up here in a second. So yeah, so it's not hard to pick out where the line of storms is right here. Come on, cursor. There we go. That line of storms is right here.
Yep.
So in advance of it, you got easily 20 to 30. So there are no storms out here, but you got gusts up to 30.
Wow.
So yeah, so it's pretty windy even before any of these storms get here. So
big numbers there.
There we go. Tornado watch, not a warning. Watch right now for most of our viewing area out till 6 a.m. locally. These are all the wind reports and wind damage reports so far. Some of it lags behind, from being reported, and a lot of these lag behind because it's dark outside. But all of these have had some tree limbs down, power outages, strong gusts. So this line has had a history of producing that. So again, Hamilton County and parts of Marion, Ray, Sequatchie, Bledsoe, all under severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45 Eastern. Just to emphasize that again. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Cumberland County, continues for Grundy County, although Grundy, you're almost on the back edge of that. But Grundy, that warning's out till about the next 10 minutes. That will probably expire in Grundy, and you're also in about 15 minutes about to be on the backside of everything. So the worst weather is almost out of Grundy. It's right here. It's almost out of there, but unfortunately now entering Marion County. Now it's coming down from Mont Eagle, down where the 24 splits there a little bit.
Severe thunderstorm warning issued now for, let me just double check here.
Yeah.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall County, Northeast Alabama, Southwest DeKalb County in Northeast Alabama, and Coleman and Morgan, parts of those counties. So there was severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Grant to Huntsville, moving east 35 miles per hour.
So it's that line right there, just west of Albertville, right there. And that's taking that area, DeKalb County, south of Fort Payne. So DeKalb, you got two warnings. That one that Bill just mentioned goes into Marshall County near Albertville, and then you got this one here that's been in effect for a while until 2:45 Eastern. This one for the southern part, which is around Collinsville, that area, till 3 Eastern. So double warnings there in DeKalb County, Alabama.
Looks like it's going to get a little louder in Hamilton County.
Yeah.
Pretty soon.
Yeah, pretty soon. Crossville getting it right now, the strongest gust. Spencer is on the backside of it now. Spencer now about to exit out of Van Buren, so it's still noisy, but that's the worst of the weather there. About to reach you there in Dunlap. It's going to come off the mountain and down, so you're going to get a bit of a wind shift there in Dunlap. It's been coming in from the south, and it's going to immediately shift to the west and northwest. So that alone will have you – that'll make you jump out of your seat a little bit when that wind shift happens. And there you can see that line merge with the other one there. The one that's been – that southerly flow kind of merged with that one in Marion. So kind of caught up to it.
It did.
And right along 72, Scottsboro, South Pittsburgh. All getting a lot of rain there. Let me see if I got pull up a T-Dot camera from I-24 area. I'm going to have to type. Let's see here. Oh, here they are. No, you can't see much on that camera.
Yeah, there are a couple that are better than, those sometimes.
Yeah, traffic seems to be moving near Mont Eagle, albeit slow.
Yeah.
Let's see, is there one near Kimball?
Look pretty wet there.
Yeah, it skips a large area. We'll see when it gets to like Haletown. We'll go back to the maps there. Let's see. Brandon says confirmed tornadoes in Kentucky. Yeah, Brandon, that's we were showing that a few minutes ago. You can see along the line way up here near London, Kentucky. That's where northern part of the line. So we've been fortunate not to deal with that so far, and we hope we don't. But it's primarily still for us a straight line winds, at least at the moment. But we are watching and always mindful that a quick spin up could occur. So Kevin noted this lightning just hit near his neighborhood, lit up the whole area, the brightest pink he'd ever seen. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lightning strikes will bring a lot out of you.
Yeah. That's
they're shocking, so to speak.
Yes. No pun intended.
No,
Sure.
it really
Yeah,
wasn't actually, but they
Yeah.
will their noise is very underrated.
Yeah. And you can still see more of a straight line wind issue here. Move through here. We're watching this very carefully. These are some potential 60-mile-an-hour gusts with that coming through. Let me check on this other screen here. Yeah, still predominantly a straight line wind situation, although it just any little kink in the line, any little line segment break can cause circulation, but so far locally we don't have that. But it's, again, South Pittsburgh, time just to let's get in a safe place, just stay there. That's some strong wind, heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and it's loud out there. So just you're under that warning still in that part of Marion out to 245, 145 central though. So stay in the safe place. It'll start getting into Hamilton County very shortly. Let's do another quick scan of that. Another tracker. It's knocking on the door to Dunlap. Here we go. Oh, I got to zoom out. Run out of real estate. There we go. So there's a movement over the next hour. Now Cleveland is in there, and that's Cleveland. Yep, around 3. I think we estimated 3 about an hour ago, but Long Island right here, 122 Central. All these others are Eastern, so Signal Mountain around 2:30. Chattanooga about 2:44. It's about 30 minutes away. Cleveland, top of the hour. So that's when this part of the line gets there. It's already raining. It's already windy, but it's going to be this one with the lightning, thunder potential, and the stronger wind gusts coming in. That's when it'll get there. So rough estimate. And then let's go into Dade County a little bit because this line is getting closer to Dade and parts of Walker. So that's moving to the east at 40 also. So we'll just track this from – shows the wrong thing again. Near Stevenson, South Pittsburgh, Bridgeport. I'll move that east at 40. So just to kind of give you an idea, Henniger, around 143 Central. East Ridge around 3. Let me draw another. I'm trying to get more of this area in Georgia in there. I'm going to keep it just south of the state line. Here we go. A little slower. There we go. Okay. That's better. So Lafayette around 3:10. Fort Oglethorpe about 45 minutes. Of course, it's already raining, but we're tracking this. So this to Fort Oglethorpe by 3. Powell around 135 Central, about 20 minutes away. And again, Lafayette around 3:10. Bridgeport, about 10 minutes. Well, it's actually buried down right now. So that's where it's going to move across North Georgia. So Dade, Walker, maybe a sliver of Chattanooga within the hour. Just running through. So Whitwell, Jasper, South Pittsburgh, all getting some strong gusts. Everybody under severe thunderstorm warning. Leading edge now reaching Dunlap. So all that area right along 127. Just about to reach Pikeville, leading edge of that. And Crossville, same thing. And we'll track these areas north of Chattanooga. Just
I'm not trying to jinx anything or anything, but I will say that it's been a little while since we've seen a tornado warning.
That's true. We want it to stay that way. But you're right. You're exactly right. It's bad enough with the straight line wind risk, but we just don't want tornadoes added to that equation. So Sawney Daisy, 234. As it races out, it come up over the mountain there. Snow Hill, rough estimate just for 3. And then Athens around 311s, just a little under an hour away from getting to that part of McMinn County. And Big Lake, that's up there in Cumberland County, about 10 minutes away. So a little rough estimate of when this part of the line coming now down off the plateau will reach other areas farther east. Gail just said, Bill, be quiet. Don't jinx it yet.
I know.
Yeah.
The announcer's jinx.
Yeah. No, it's fine. We're all thinking the same way. We're all hopeful is what we are. You can't blame us. We're all hopeful that we don't see a warning like that. So that's no. Well, we're all on the same wavelength here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. A lot of lightning in Marion compared to other counties. You can hear it in Sequatchie County, but boy, look at that. Whitwell.
Yeah, that's concentrated there.
Jasper. Along Highway 41 there. Going up and down the mountain.
Yeah.
And you see those gusts now reaching right that line right there, right reaching South Pitt, Jasper, Whitwell, right on the line there. That allows us to peer inside, see what the winds are doing. They're going northwest to southeast. And that's where you get a big wind shift.
That's right.
And punch of wind going like that. In Jackson County, so all this area right along 72, that beautiful drive that you can go all the way to Montesano or to Huntsville, but heavy rain, a lot of pocket of lightning there west of Stevenson. I mentioned a lot in Marion County, so no doubt you've probably seen those flashes, hearing the lightning, probably in Dade County, probably hearing it in Hamilton County, see it coming in from the west there a little bit. And that just shows you the full scope of the line there. Again, the worst weather is here. And then back behind this, no warnings with it, but it's
Right.
still pretty noisy. So the rain will last quite a while, but the worst of the weather is right there. Right there. Oh, there's a new warning. Dade, Walker, Catoosa.
Yeah.
Triangular looking warning, but yeah, severe thunderstorm warning now for Catoosa, Walker, Dade, in northwestern Chattanooga till 3 a.m. Severe thunderstorms located in a line extending from New Hope to near Fackler, moving east at 45. Same hazard, 60-mile-an-hour gusts possible as that line moves on in. So again, if your alert just went off, severe thunderstorm warning for Catoosa, Chattanooga, Dade, Walker. And that part of Chattanooga is the northwestern corner of Chattanooga. And it's all with this line right here, right along Highway 72, moving east. So again, that expiration time was right at the top of the hour. Yeah, right at 3 a.m. till 3 a.m. And you're also under tornado watch.
And again, it looks like it's, not really imminent because it has a little space between there, but it'll close in pretty quick, as we'll see right here.
It will. Yeah. You got a little rain already going on, but then it, like you say, it ramps up pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So Trenton, about 2:42, about 20 minutes away. Lafayette around 3. I think we had that with a previous track. Somerville, 3:20. Rainsville, about 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 Central. So that put Ringgold's right here in this polygon. So I'd say Ringgold 3:10-ish or so, about a little under an hour from now. So you're gonna have rain, and boom, and you get the wind right there.
Mm-hmm.
And let's again track this part. Again, all these are Eastern time, Graysville here. Next few minutes, that line's going to reach you with the strongest gust. Heads up, Sunny Daisy, strongest gust will get to you in under 20 minutes, or about 20 minutes time. Chattanooga around 2:50. A little less than a half hour away. We'll have that squall line, so to speak, move on through. Ottawa, around 3:04. Cleveland, here we go, 3:13. It's a little under an hour. It'd be to Bradley County. Coming up and over White Oak there. So those are the latest times of arrival. And all those areas just mentioned are under severe thunderstorm warning. Bradley is not at the moment, I don't think. Yeah, it stays just west of there, but it'll start, I'm sure with time shortly, you'll probably see McMinn, Bradley, Whitfield probably added as it starts getting a little bit closer. I'm trying to see anybody say anything in South Pittsburgh. South Pittsburgh, Jasper, Whitwell. Okay, here's Allison says, Dunlap getting hit hard right now. The wind is scary. So that was at about 2 minutes ago. You can see, yeah. It's right where Allison's talking about right here in Dunlap.
Mm-hmm. Going through that.
And Melissa, same thing. Rain. Here comes the rain on Flat Top Mountain. So yeah, it's coming. And let's check this to the north. Here we go. So Sale Creek 235. Spring City, you're kind of running a line right here. So Spring City, I'd estimate 235, 240. Next 15 minutes, Spring City. That line coming in. Same thing, Sale Creek, about 235. Saudi Days, about 240. Riceville, 309. Sweetwater, about the same, a little after 3 a.m.
Good morning.
Hey,
Hello.
this is a rarity. We have, come here, Olivia. We have all three here at the same time.
Good
So
morning.
yes,
Good
the
night,
three
whatever.
musketeers.
Good
So
night.
it's
Good morning.
Whatever.
Happy
the saying
dreams.
is.
yeah. So you got in safely?
Yes.
Okay.
I-
I didn't want you
yes.
driving through that through the squall line. So
I know.
yeah, so
I
if
appreciate
if
it.
If it was
It's
happening, when you-
close.
yeah. So
I was keeping this thing open
Good.
all morning long.
Good.
So maybe a couple sprinkles, but that was
okay.
that was it.
You're way ahead of it. So
I tried to beat it. It's moving fast.
it is moving, and
Like fast.
yeah, and people noting on here they're going through it. It's just got a lot of wind with it.
Yeah.
So we've not had any tornadoes, which is
Knock on
good.
wood.
But yeah, we've been very,
Yeah.
careful not to jinx that. But still, the straight line wind gust alone is bad enough. So it's still packing a punch.
Oh,
you know.
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So
Any hail reports or?
no, very, very small. A lot of some of the velocity scans have been upwards of 60 plus above
Yeah.
the surface. So it's producing those gusts for sure. So if people didn't put away, trampolines or lawn umbrellas, things like that, it's going to get blown around. So,
Yes.
so yeah, it's moving. But Hamilton has a warning out to 245. No, is it? Yeah, it's probably going to be extended though, because this is going to be.
Yeah, they issued that a while ago.
Yeah, it'll be.
It only expires in 18 minutes, so that will for sure get expired.
Yeah, it won't clear us by then. And then this new one for Northwest Georgia till the top of the hour. But all the threat factors remain the same: 60-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yep.
Primarily, very few hail reports, but a lot of thunder and lightning. It's pretty noisy out there. Pretty noisy. So it's kind of watching this go through and seeing what folks have to say, and and see what they've said, so that if they've gone through these things. Like Tamara says, rain is very strong in Pikeville. Okay.
Power flashed in Pikeville as well.
Let's see what this says. Okay, just started just north of Whitwell. Temperatures dropped 12 degrees just a few minutes. Heavy downpour. So there's Whitwell right underneath all that, right there. So thank you, Jeremy, for that report. Don saying why the update's not on television. Well, you're going to see the alerts on television. They're rolling at the bottom of your screen, Don, but we typically won't interrupt programming on television unless there's a tornado warning.
Yes.
Or that we see more intensity with the storm. So if we're not on television, sometimes that's a good thing. But if you are watching television, you can see at least the warnings at the bottom of the screen. So they're there, I think.
Yes, they're on.
They're there. Okay.
That's the first thing I checked when I walked in.
Yeah.
I said,
I
are
was-
they on?
I was assuming, and I just want to make sure they were there, but they are there. Yeah. So, but that's a good question you have there, Don. That's why. We never want to have to interrupt programming, but sometimes we have to.
Yeah, that's another story about that.
And a lot of folks talk about the wind out there, and I'll show this map again. Yeah, even where there are no storms, where there are storms, you have gust potential up to 60, but even way in advance of the storms themselves, wind's pretty gusty. So you can see this little sliver is right where the line of storms is. So east of it, I mean, look, Athens, no storms. Chatsworth, no storms. You have gusts of 30. So So it's howling out there from the south. But look at the wind shift. It's, you got southerly winds kicking in, and then you get the wind shift. I mean, look at that abruptly near Fort Payne.
And even though there aren't like any like active tornado warnings, we're still seeing wind gusts on velocity upwards of 60, 65 miles per hour. So in the grand scheme of things, what's an EF0? 65 to 85 miles per hour.
Yep.
Even though there's no tornado warnings, those damaging straight line winds could potentially still do as much damage as a weak tornado like that. So that's why we kind of are so concerned with this line of storms, just because it's coming through the overnight hours when most of us are sleeping. The weather radio went off quite a few times last night.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and that's exactly, as you were mentioning, this is exactly why there's a tornado watch out.
Yeah.
Because the storm damage potential can mimic that of what a tornado can do. So most of the time, or a lot of time, even though there's no tornado warnings, they'll put the watch out there for that very, very reason. So I'm glad you brought that up. That's a good point.
That's part of the reason why I hurried in here, because I'm like, I don't want to drive through trees in the roads this morning. Like, I'm not going to miss my shift because of that. So
I totally understand that for sure.
Pretty intense in Dunlap.
Oh yeah, see that, Kevin. And on the flip side of that, Melissa says super weird. Trees aren't moving in Charleston. Yeah, and sometimes
before the storm.
That's right. That's exactly it. So
yeah, it was oddly. I will say it was
that.
Oddly eerie when I walked outside this morning.
Yeah,
I was like, it's a little calm right now for my liking. So it's coming.
And there's John says super wind here in Dunlap. Hard rain, but not seeing any hail, and that's good. We've not had many hail reports, but there you can see Dunlap getting it. I mean, right in the heart of it right now.
Yeah.
And Pikeville, just getting out of that.
Yep, almost on the backside. Now it's coming up and over the mountain here.
Approaching Dayton.
Dayton Mountain now getting some strong gusts. Let's just, we'll do a velocity scan just to kind of take a peek. And you can see how it's just that line. You can see right where the gust front is for that, right there. So we kind of get the different colors because we're overlapping radars from Morristown, Huntsville. And so you get some really weird psychedelic looking colors, but that's where we're looking at right there. The strong gusts coming in. And just to give a little bit of an idea. Not too bad there. Yeah, still pushing 50 plus above the surface. So it's not every gust, but it's some. And let's check Dunlap where they were talking about the wind. Yeah, that leading edge is almost pushed into near Saudi Daisy. So it's it's as we said, it's hauling. It's moving fast. And I can, I almost say Grundy, the worst of it's over for you. If you live in Grundy County, there's still rain and lightning, but as far as the wind, the strong potential, it's now pushed now east of Grundy. It's now pushed east of Franklin, east of Van Buren. So these areas, it's still noisy, but you're now minus the strong damaging wind threat. So that's a plus. Let's see. Checking other comments here. Felicia says getting rough in Jasper. Yep. Sarah says nothing so far in Chatsworth. It'll get there eventually. Melinda says here in Whitmore right now, and it's rough. Danny says 65, 75 mile an hour winds west of Kimball. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
My goodness.
Yeah, once that leading edge passes, everything else behind it should just be rain, thunder, still lightning, but not as strong as winds, not nearly as heavy of downpours.
You're right. It'll still be noisy, hard
Yeah.
to sleep, but
Right.
but yeah, it won't be nearly as bad as what this is. And what we're referring to is this leading
That
edge.
leading edge.
So it's right on the tri-state marker right there. And coming off Sand Mountain into Dade County, out of Jackson County. And sometimes on the radar, you may be saying, hey, I'm in Saudi and it's already pouring. Sometimes when these radars are doing full velocity or full volume scan,
Mm-hmm.
it may still show the rain west of you, but as soon as the scan finishes and it catches back up. And that's going to happen a lot on situations like tonight where it's moving very fast.
Yes.
So every 4 to 5 minute volume scan may lag just a few minutes or so. But it's moving really quick.
Yeah, I think what I learned in school is that there's usually a radar delay anywhere from like 3 to 7 minutes. It takes for a whole. Because I mean, you think about it, you have a big dish inside that golf ball up there. It has to do one scan like this.
Yep.
Do it again and again and again.
And it's going elevations up, so it's got to get that whole volume there and
the entire way.
Yeah. So Lauren asked a question here. Someone had a question before asking, can an EF0 tornado damage a trailer? Yes, it can. Even wind gusts less than tornado strength can cause damage to a mobile home. So even anytime you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, a mobile home's not a good place to be at all. Dayton. Let's see. Don says in Dayton, wind's blowing really hard. So, yeah, all these areas, Saudi, Dunlap.
Red Bank.
Yep, Red Bank, Whitwell, Signal Mountain. Actually, now more Walden toward the backside there, starting to get the strong gusts, and just about to enter Hamilton County. So, yeah, this warning in Hamilton County is out till 2:45 in 8 minutes, but it's just now entering the county. So I have a feeling they're going to probably extend this warning. And it'll probably still include Hamilton, but heads up Bradley, heads up McMinn. You'll probably get under that warning also pretty soon. So yeah, it's and again, we've not, people asking about tornadoes. There's been no tornado warnings yet. We're not seeing any spin ups on the line, which is good. And as Bill mentioned this a while back, it's been a while since we've seen a tornado warning close by. So, so we're not seeing that. There's been several, and I'll pan north, several warnings up over southern Kentucky, but that's where that line ends, and you can also see where it bows a little bit. So it's had a couple of spin ups along that line, but that's in southern Kentucky and not along this line to the south. And then everything behind it, as Olivia mentioned, everything behind this line is all rain, lightning, but you notice there are no polygons, no warnings, no advisories. It's just good sleeping weather. If you can sleep through the thunder.
Yes, okay. Yes.
All right, so we got Guild. Tennessee has very bad wind, so Guild's right here as you come across the near Nickajack. The hills there above Nickajack. So Guild right in here. So they're getting that bad wind now.
Yeah, those winds.
Yeah, let's check
yeah.
Ooh.
I'm seeing close
to 70.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What does that velocity say?
This one?
Yeah.
Let's check this one. Just do a random one here. 60. 65. Yeah. So easily some of those gusts could reach that for sure. And there's little pockets. I'm looking at a different screen. There's little pockets in here that are where those gusts are just a little bit stronger. And a lot of that can be terrain influences as you get some of these valley pockets where you get some upslope coming back up. So that could cause a little bit of that. Some channeling in valleys tends to happen. So you get that even downtown, and we don't have downtown canyons, so to speak, but in between the buildings, say, right down Macaulay or Cherry Street there, you're going to get a strong gust or two in between the buildings.
Looks like Ray County severe thunderstorm warning. Would that be a new one?
It looks like they're updating. Remember that one that overlapped?
Yeah.
Looks like they're updating this one up near Harriman. So it's kind of where it overlaps. So that's probably where they're updating. I think this one, actually, there's another one underneath that one. So yeah, this is at 240. Oh, right on time. Yeah. That's northeastern Ray. Where's Megs? Is Megs not listed on that one? It's northeastern Ray. It should be northern Megs and northern McMinn. Under that warning, it's still out till 3:45, but I think it's this one here. And then this one, the one that includes all of Megs, Ray, and Hamilton, goes to 2:45. But this one, this area here, you're probably about to get another advisory, another warning come up on your mobile device, because this is probably going to get extended.
Yeah, I think that Megs and Ray one is just that little sliver of north of each county.
Yeah, right up here.
Yeah,
right there.
So that's really a warning for kind of just west of Knoxville.
Yeah, it's all the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all along this line, but it's just that, like we always say, weather doesn't understand man-made boundaries. So it doesn't recognize state lines or county boundaries, but it sometimes makes it confusing when there's so many boundaries all over the place. You just kind of mess up the map. It's like silly string half the time. So Mandy says in Ray County, the wind is horrible. So you can see right now in Ray.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
There's that line coming in. And that's right where we're looking at, potential 60-mile-an-hour gust. Okay, new warning up for Hamilton County. So let's see if they just extend. Yeah, and this now includes parts of Bradley. So where that's lighting up right there, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning out till 3:30. So about next 45 minutes. So if your device just went off, here we go. Ray County, northwestern Bradley, Meigs, southeastern Sequatchie, central McMinn, southeastern Marion, and all of Hamilton County out till 3:30. Main threat being the wind gusts up to 60. And the line moving east at 35. Gradually a little slower.
Yeah, it is a little slower.
That's a couple hours.
Say, when I came in, it was like 58
Yeah.
miles an hour. I was trying to outrun it.
Yeah, it's kind of slowing down. Let's do a little tracker on that. Track this right on the edge of the county. So, yeah, that's why they ended that polygon right there. But anyway, Red Bank, next few minutes, if not already. Chattanooga around 3. That's been consistent, right around 3 a.m. 3:18 Ottawa, 3:30 Cleveland, and 3:35 in Athens. So if this line continues moving east at 35, that is your tracker for that. So downtown is getting close. Just to give you a rough estimate here. Here's the county lines. As you come over Raccoon and Elder Mountain and Signal, you're just about less than 10 miles away. So it's already reached Nickajack Lake area, Whiteside. Someone mentioned they're on here. They're in Guild getting that. So strong winds already reaching there. Oh, wait, I got to text my wife, tell her. I told her I would text her when it gets with less than 10 miles away.
Well, that's nice.
Her own personal warning.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm still seeing close to 65 mile per hour gusts towards Saudi Daisy right now. All the way up towards Decatur, Spring City.
I can learn how to type. Let's see.
Has there been any power outage reports?
Yeah, let's check that out. Interesting you mentioned that. So let me look at the EPB map first of all. So it's just now entering the EPB coverage area. So I have a feeling that number will start going up.
Yeah.
VEC has had, they're noting 2,000 people without. There's kind of a cluster in Bradley County. I don't know what that's from. If that's from earlier gusts today, but Cumberland County, that number has gone up. So there's quite a few outages in Cumberland County, Tennessee. Not so many in Northern Ray yet, nor Meigs, although it's just now reaching those areas. But in Bradley, it seems to be some reports there. But I think that, I don't know if that's from, that number hasn't really changed since earlier today. And then, of course, EPB is just about to enter the coverage area. So we'll probably see those numbers go up.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it'll be here at the station within the next 10, 15 minutes or so.
Yep. By 2:30, 2:45.
So you'll hear it
Yeah.
on the roof.
Yeah.
Yes, you will.
And we've seen a couple of these. We've noted this in the coverage earlier. There have been some early lines in advance of the main line that the main line is in just caught up to and absorbed.
Yeah.
So we got out of the discrete supercell issue.
Which is good.
Yeah, which is really good. And now a line, but so far no line breaks, and not seeing rotation with these. So but still that's
it's extremely
strong wind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going down to Alabama. This is the Jackson DeKalb County lines. This is a lot of this going up on Sand Mountain. So 5 Powell, Henniger, all getting the strong wind gusts. You're under that warning here in that part of DeKalb, which includes Fort Payne, until 2:45 Central, 3:45 Eastern. Yeah, so roughly about the next hour. And then just getting into Dade County now. There's that leading edge of the line. Getting into Dade, Walker, Catoosa, and a sliver of Chattooga out till 3 a.m. This will probably get extended because I have a feeling that it may extend it a little longer swath, but there's no way it'll get all the way to Ringgold in 12 minutes, but not far after that though. So Signal Mountain, the wind has reached there. Red Bank, Olivia mentioned that. So Red Bank, Saudi, all here along Quarter J, 27, very windy right now. Oh, I meant to pull up the TDOT camera here.
Oh yeah, let's look at.
Once it got to this point. Oh, the one camera I wanted to look at and it's out. I understand. That happens. Let's see.
Oh, look at that ponding on the roads.
Yeah, let's pull this one up. So that is I-24 at the state line. Is it showing it? Yeah, there. I-24 at the state line, the Georgia-Tennessee state line. So traffic's moving, but it is pouring. And where we're looking at on that map, we're looking right about here where the 24 dips back into Georgia. That's what we're looking at right there. So you can see the spray behind the trucks there. So pretty heavy rain. They are moving though. So it's not too heavy to where it's stalling traffic, but that's right in the middle of it. Let's see. Maddie noting the wind is awful in Dayton.
Oh, that just got
Yeah.
there.
There you have it. Just right over you.
I'm getting velocity scans of gusts upwards of 69.
In that part of Ray?
Yes.
Yeah, let's see.
So it says 55.
Yeah, I may be pointing. This, what I'm doing here, it'll point in a isolated spot. So
Yeah,
if you don't
it's
hit
very
the
touchy.
yeah, if you don't hit the pixel just right. So yeah, it's see that says 53, 55, 54. Yeah,
Yeah.
no doubt what you're seeing is the same thing. Yeah. So 55, 65 easily in those areas. So if you see these little pixels showing up, that's what this indicator tries to pick out. So it's harder for this thing to really pinpoint a stronger gust, but for sure that's how strong they are there. So they're actually reaching the severe potential, but getting that's a good report there from Dayton.
Volunteer, well, let me show you, because there's a couple that overlap. So this one,
Megan asking about Decatur, Tennessee, said the wind is crazy. Well, Decatur, you're just on the leading edge of that. So it's just starting there in Decatur. So that's why you probably went from nothing to something as far as the wind. Cherie says he's hitting Saudi Daisy right now. Yep, you're right there on the line. Getting some intense rainfall there too. Look at that right here. Might be a little bit of hail there south of Saudi Daisy. Wouldn't be surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan says coming down on Sand Mountain. Cynthia says lights flickering. Let us know where you are there and where the lights are flickering.
Very heavy downpours towards Saudi, between Saudi Daisy and Middle Valley.
Okay.
Very heavy.
Yeah, Red Bank now entering downtown, so it's into downtown now. Someone asking, Spring City almost out of it? Almost. Who was asking that? That was oh my goodness, where did I just see that? So Spring City's almost out of it. Hey, our good buddy Josh says it's brutal right now on the southern edge of Saudi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Josh is right there. He's right where that heavy rain
Right
core
between,
is.
yeah.
He's right there. So Josh, hey buddy, thanks for that report. So yeah, that's coming off the mountain there and right down toward the lake.
Looks like there's another really heavy downpour between Dayton and Decatur, right
Okay.
on the county line.
We're just going to take a peek at just a few of these. I hit the right pixel there, but still 50, 60. Yeah. Through here. And you got, like you see a velocity of 60 and it goes from nothing to something all of a sudden. So yeah, that's some wind driven rain there for sure in that part of Hamilton. And Olivia, what did you say? What did you say?
The other one was between Dayton and Decatur,
Okay.
right on the
Right-
county line.
Right on the river. Yep. Oh yeah, right on it. So here's Highway 30. There's the Tennessee River. And that's where the gust, heavy rain really picking up there. So Dayton's right in the heart of it. You're about to be on the back side of it, but it's still.
Yeah. Mine's showing just a little closer to the county line.
And Spring City's still going through it, but it won't be long. Won't be long in Spring City. You'll be out of it. So into downtown it goes. Heavy rain.
You're about to hear it on the roof any second.
Any second now. I was up at the pen. I saw Hickson. We are about right here. So any second now, it's going to start pouring. Crystal says starting to hit Middle Valley. Olivia just mentioned that. Angie says thunder and Saudi Daisy. Yep. Alyssa says raining heavily in Whitwell.
I think I hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Brandy says Luminary is good. That's good. Luminary's back there in Bledsoe County, so that's good to hear that they're better. Chapel says hitting downtown right now. So that's what we're looking at on the radar. Thank you, Chapel.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeast Marshall in northeast Alabama, DeKalb County in northeast Alabama. Now, this was at 2:54 Eastern time.
Yeah, just a second ago. Yeah, so it's gonna
because it sounded very familiar. We may have had those two counties combined earlier.
Yeah, they were, and you can see that old one's right behind it. So that's an updated one. So that's central southern DeKalb, Fort Payne, Rainsville, Boaz, all included in that. That's out till 2:45 Central, 3:45 Eastern. Again, 60-mile-an-hour gust. It's moving east at 35. So we've seen a slowing down in this line for sure.
A drastic slowdown.
Yeah, from 35 to 55. It's like it saw a radar gun, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No pun intended.
Yeah. Yeah. So everybody, you're under these warnings, just stay in a safe place. And like for us, here's the thing. We're going to hear the rain pick up. Our first instinct is going to be go to the window. And it's like, no, you shouldn't do that. That's what we don't want to do. So when the winds pick up, you need to be in your safe place. Stay there. Could be a tree coming down, limb down. As Olivia mentioned, a lot of this is going to, you could have damage that can mimic an EF0 tornado.
That's right.
So let's just play it safe as long as these warnings are in place. And once the warnings are lifted, we'll give you the clear. Like, for example, Marion County is out of the warnings. Has it stopped raining in Marion County? No, and it won't for a couple of hours. But you're out of the severe storm threat there in Marion. You're out of it in Grundy. Franklin, you're out of it. Almost fully in Sequatchie, still on the backside of Signal there. And almost out of Bledsoe. Almost out of Cumberland. So a lot of areas are now getting out of this, but others just now getting into it. Red Bank, Saudi Daisy, Middle Valley, Hickson. Had someone asking about Ringgold, and I'll just point out Ringgold, just so you can see. Ringgold is just about less than 10 miles away from the leading edge of that line. So you're looking at about next 20 minutes or so, getting close to you. And just to give you a tracker on this, not that one. Sleep deprivation catching up with me. Either that or my age. One of the two.
No, it's not that.
No, it could be. All right, so Ringgold, 328. So a little less than a half hour reaching Ringgold. Chattanooga, it's happening right now. Ottawa, you catch that leading edge, 317. Farnell, 346.
Looks like they redid the warning for Dade, Walker, and Catoosa County.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they did. They extended it. You can see it right there. So Olivia's mentioning, here's the original warning outline. And they've expanded that just a bit to here. So it includes all of Catoosa, more of Walker, and more of Chattanooga. And that is out until, first one was out to 3:45. So the first one was out till 3. This is 3:45. So it's taking a little longer.
Yeah.
It's slowing down.
It's slowing down for sure.
But there's still a lot of moisture in the air.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Even though it's slowing down. So that's why the flooding risk is also
here easily
tonight, because when you have heavy downpours that kind of just slow down, take their time, it's kind of just raining in one place for longer.
Yeah, so ponding on roads and all that other stuff. Thankfully, this time of night, it's
not too many of us are on the road.
not too many. Yeah, which is a good thing. And here we are right now in the city. Had someone named Chapel telling us it was raining in the city there. Slowing down in North Ray. Wasn't too bad. Power flickered a couple of times. That's from Brad. So, Brad, thank you for that. So, Charles said in North Chat, just went through it. He said it wasn't too bad. Okay, that's good to hear. So, we're just going to pan up and down this line. This is where the worst of it is. Decatur, Dayton, up to Spring City, up to Harriman. That's up in Roane County, now well east of Crossville. And let's just give a tracker north a bit. Here it comes. I hear it roaring out there.
Yes.
It's on us now.
It is.
So here's Decatur, 304. Actually, right now, Riceville, 320. Athens, 325. Then put Etowah, 330-ish. Madisonville, 346. So that gives you a little estimated time of arrival on the northern areas north of the city. Jacqueline says it's past Saudi for the most part. Just past Saudi. It is right over. I don't know if you can hear the rain. It's right over us right now.
It is. South Bledsoe has no power for almost an hour now.
Yeah, we're starting to see now. I'm looking at the volunteer energy map, and yeah, it's starting to pick up parts of Ray, that part of Bledsoe and Cumberland. The numbers are picking up. So they got about 2,000 people without power. EPB map, so far, so good. Nope, I just refreshed it. Take that back. 576. EPB, 576 people now affected without power. And it's very sporadic, but it's in these areas. And I'll zoom the map out, the radar out just a bit. It's in these areas that have this line going over it right now. So it's no surprise we're seeing power outages in these spots. Saudi Daisy, Walden, Signal, North Chat, Red Bank, Lakeside, and Graysville. Several power outages already reported, affecting about 500 people. So that will be, I'm sure, changing as the night goes on. Well, Olivia, you're standing too. I'm going to let you have this seat.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
No. Have a seat. I'm going to do a little walkabout here.
Yes.
So go ahead and take
Stretch
control.
your legs.
Take control and have at it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So someone is asking, should we be in a safe place in Decatur? Yes, everyone should be in a safe space right now, especially if you're under one of those severe thunderstorm warnings. And those are within these boxes. So portions of Meigs, Ray County, western McMinn, extending further south through western Bradley, all of Hamilton County. And then we also just noted that northwestern Georgia, the Dade County, Walker County, Catoosa County warning has been extended.
Yes, it has.
So if you're in those spots, you should, be in your safe space. I am barely in the camera. Let me sit up a little bit. We're still dealing with wind gusts, though, upwards of 50 miles per hour within these warnings. And if we zoom in a little bit, We're also seeing a lot of lightning strikes on the tracker too. So very heavy downpours, loud thunder, I'm sure, and very heavy downpours. Looks like there's a little extremely heavy downpour right here between Saudi Daisy and Snow Hill. That's, of course, tracking northeast. So hopeful Cleveland, if it's not raining for you yet, it will be.
Yeah, it won't be too long now.
Within the next, 20 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just heard a little rumble of thunder.
That was
too.
our first one, I think.
That was our first one, yeah.
You don't think that David Glenn went to look outside, do you? He told us not to.
He told us not to.
That's right.
So hopefully he's not.
No, he wouldn't do that.
No, he wouldn't lie to us.
No.
Let's just do a wide radar view just to show you the extent of this system.
Yeah.
So look at this.
Yeah, that's a bunch of
lightning. Look at this. All of this lightning that you're seeing, extending all the way through Alabama, down through Mississippi, even Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
Extending through, of course, Tennessee, Georgia, Kentucky. That's all the same system. So that is a huge system.
It is. And we're on the local radars, and that's why you're not seeing any rain extending from Birmingham southwest. But there's rain and storms in that, too.
Yes. Looks like there's active special weather statements, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, too. But for us locally, we're just dealing with the severe thunderstorm warnings.
That's good.
And then even though we're dealing with storms, portions of the upper Midwest are dealing with blizzards.
Right. And then we wait for our chance at some snow showers later today.
Yes. So, yes, we're dealing with the storms right now. It's still warm outside, I guess. Mm-hmm. After this rain moves through, it won't be. And whatever is left on the backside of the system, we can walk through future track even in a little bit. That could end as snow showers. So we're dealing with a huge swath of basically all 4 seasons as we're entering into this last full week of spring.
Yes, that's right.
So let's zoom in again. I want to look at my radar on my phone too. So right here at the station, so the station is right off of 58. There's very heavy downpours right here, just east of Whiteside.
Yeah, it looks like we might be in this for a little time.
Yes. So let's do the bacon tracker. Let me zoom in a little bit.
The bacon tracker.
Yes.
I just wanted to mention that the tornado watch for Grundy County has been lifted.
That's good.
And we were just talking that those areas were out of the severe weather threat. So they've been able to end that. So that's part of that complex as far as where the watches were. But that's the tornado watch. So that's good news for those of you. Grundy County and much of the plateau actually probably is very soon going to be, if not already, a lot of the plateau getting out of that severe weather risk.
Yeah. So East Brainerd, Ottawa, Ringgold, you'll be dealing with this line within the next 15, 20 minutes. We're still getting a lot of comments that are saying the wind is super strong.
Right. Wind is crazy.
Yeah, I did. It says the wind is crazy. Yes.
That's not
wind
good.
is insane. Somebody said, should we expect hail with this storm? Hail was a concern, mainly across middle and western Tennessee. We haven't gotten any reports of hail yet, at least. Just extremely heavy downpours, very strong winds, of course. That's the main threat with these storms. So we'll go ahead and remove that. I know. Look at that. Okay, let's get this off. Why won't this come off? So there's this really heavy downpour right here, right over the station, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why won't this come off? Do you know how to get this off?
What's that?
Why won't this come off?
The bacon?
Yeah.
Yeah, go down and then come over. And no, you gotta come over a little more where you lift those off of there. Yeah, there you go. And then you can use.
Oh, there you go. I don't know. Why? It's good. So we'll do some velocity scans. I'll do it right here. So that's a 49 mile per hour gust towards the airport. $53. We haven't seen any new warnings issued yet, though.
No,
So
you're right. Actually, that I guess they've got a lot of it covered already, but
Yeah. Oh, people are okay. So we're seeing a lot of comments about the bacon tracker.
Oh.
We'll explain that real quick. This is just something. So if we're tracking a storm, so we can, in our little computer, it looks like a slice of bacon, and here you
multiple slices.
Multiple slices, and when we draw this line, it just kind of resembles.
Yeah, somebody thought
bacon.
of that one day.
Yeah, but we'll do it for this right here since it's kind of bowing a little bit right there. So Wildwood Lake, Cisco, Crandall, you're within the next 30, 40 minutes. And plus, we're here early in the morning. We like to talk about breakfast food, I guess.
Well, yeah, that's right. it works right in there.
Let's check out Northwest Georgia. So Chickamauga, it's probably raining super hard for you, if not within the next 5 minutes, probably. Trenton, it's coming down for you.
Yep, they're having heavy rain for sure.
We can look at the velocity scan for those. So it looks like there's really heavy rain right along 59 in Dade.
Interstate 59, yep.
So this is velocity. This tells us wind speed and direction. When you're looking at a velocity scan, it's really important to know where the radar is, because if you don't, then that's how you get incorrect wind direction and speed.
Okay.
So that's 45. Let's see, that's towards the radar.
Tornado
48.
watch, Jackson County is canceled.
Oh, good.
That's, I'm trying to remember how those watches came down. That first one was for those counties.
We can look at that.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about it. So there's Jackson County lift, not everybody, but Jackson, Franklin, Grundy, and Van Buren, they have been lifted, but still many counties still in the watch.
Yeah, so all of the yellow counties you're seeing here are still under this tornado watch. The plateau, Cumberland extending through Franklin, Jackson County, that watch has been expired, so that's good news.
Yes.
We'll click on Hamilton County's watch. It covers. So this is still out until 6 o'clock this morning.
That's right. They started off like 4, and then they consolidated these watches and made them all about 6 a.m. expiration. But the severe weather threat isn't going to last for these western counties that are in the watch. They'll be dropping off 1 by 1 or 2 by 2.
Yeah, once that leading edge is out of your way, it's just basically rain and thunder.
Yeah, you get
still pretty heavy downpours, moderate to heavy downpours for you, but yeah, Dade, Walker, Catoosa, Whitfield counties, that watch is still out until 6 o'clock. But again, once that leading edge passes, so this is David's show. Is this his radar? No.
You come on down, yeah.
There we go. Okay. So we'll go back to radar. And we'll go up here. Is this the one that he was on? There we go. Okay. Perfect. So Athens, McMinn County, approaching I-75. Very heavy downpours that way. And if you are in Athens, it could already, again, we talked about this a little bit ago. Radar has a 3 to 7 minute delay because you have this big dish inside what looks to be a golf ball. It's not actually a golf ball, but and it takes a long time to do a full scan. So what you're seeing on radar, what we're seeing on radar, is usually anywhere from 3 to 7 minutes behind. So Athens, it could already be raining for you, storming for you, for that matter. We'll go ahead and do a velocity scan up here. Yeah, so that's 32 miles per hour. So the negative numbers you're seeing are winds away from the radar. 34.
So on a velocity scan, if you see negative numbers and positive numbers that are close together, then you can have a problem.
Yeah, that's where you get rotation.
Right.
That's what we look for if you see those two numbers very close to one another. Looks like there's a little Boeing segment approaching Lafayette right now, so pretty strong wind gusts associated on the leading edge of that. 4 to 0, super heavy downpours for you right now. Super heavy.
Chickamauga.
Yeah.
Same, maybe a little north of Chickamauga, but not too far. It looks like it's really right there. A very, very heavy cell.
Yeah, so if we were to look at this, yeah, extremely heavy downpours, big raindrops with this right here. Let me get my pointer out. Just north of Chickamauga towards Fordo, extremely heavy downpours. Big raindrops.
Big drops.
Big drops.
Yeah.
Somebody says we lost power in Chattanooga. Coming down hard in Chickamauga. Yep.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, 4 to 0. But again, once this leading edge passes, everything else behind it should just be rain. You'll notice a dramatic temperature change outside too. So all of this right here towards Suwannee right now, towards Pikeville, all of that is non-severe at this point in time, which is great news. It should remain that way, but with temperatures dropping back towards freezing.
Mhm.
That's why the snow showers are in the forecast. Fun fact, you can actually get snowflakes to make it to the surface as warm as 38 degrees.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, because even though we're got forecasts of snow showers later in the day, even late morning into the afternoon, the temperature is probably going to be in Chattanooga above freezing, but we'll still be able to support snow showers. There might be a little mix in there, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's still. I was just looking at that. Customers affected from energy outages for EPB 928
Yeah.
customers.
Yeah.
40 outage incidents.
Volunteer energy has 131,000 out. So it looks like this warning was just extended into the rest of McMinn County, Western Monroe, the rest of Bradley County.
Okay.
So this warning is out until 4:15, about another hour or so.
4:15. That's right. And that's just, I'm just going to just look and see the specifics on that.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Bradley County in East Tennessee, Northeast Polk,
Yep.
McMinn, Northwest Monroe, Southeastern Hamilton County. And that's until 4:15, as you said. And severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from near Sweetwater to near Fort Oglethorpe, moving east at 30 miles per hour.
So that's even a little bit slower than previously.
Yeah, parts of that, the line itself is just not moving quite as fast.
So yeah, hazard is still damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. Of course, this includes I-75. And the tornado watch still remains in effect at that point. So we'll do a velocity scan real quick. We'll see how things are there. I just want to check on this little cell down here towards Lafayette, approaching Lafayette. Somebody said weather radio is going off back to back. So weather radio will go off if there's a warning bordering your county.
That's right, yeah.
So that's why you could be hearing so many warnings. Or, of course, you could just be getting a new warning in your location. So, yeah,
That's a different color.
Yes.
I'm just into the colors.
You're just into the colors?
Yeah, it's just, that's what.
Well, pink's my favorite color, but I don't really like seeing it on radar.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
yeah.
66 mile per hour wind gusts associated with that cell between Chickamauga and Lafayette. Very strong winds. Extremely heavy downpours.
There are no active tornadoes at the moment. Somebody was asking.
Oh, yep. No active tornado warnings. Now, there's still the watch.
Still got the watch.
And remember, the difference between a watch and a warning is, you probably see this a lot, but it's a great analogy, I guess, is when you have all the ingredients for cookies laying out on the table, ready to go.
Yeah.
So that's your watch. You're watching. But then your warning is when you're actively making the cookies. That's your warning. So it's happening. That's the difference between your watch and a warning.
What about when you're eating the cookies? There's some thunder right there.
Let us know if you heard that. Because we sure did. I mean, that was right on top of us.
It did sound like it.
So yeah, somebody said lightning, wind, and rain in Chickamauga. Yes, it's coming down for you right now. I want to check on another one really fast.
Heard it. Me too.
Somebody said heard it? Yeah.
Heard it. Me too.
There's another one. So a lot of lightning strikes still. I'm just going to run into this studio really fast.
Yeah, you know, if you wanted to get some of your stuff done, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that in a little bit, but I just want to run into
I mean, you got a show to do before too long.
Okay, I'll be right back, though.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I will be right back.
Go right ahead. I'll navigate you through here for a little while. You know, we have been just kind of watching this go and go from west to east, and you know, the timing maybe just a little slower than I had thought as far as the timing is concerned. I thought by 3 o'clock or so that probably Chattanooga would be out of the heaviest rain, but we're not quite done yet. So it is hanging. It has slowed a little bit. We were speaking of that earlier. And so, yeah, it's we're going to accumulate a good bit of rain here, but pretty soon, the areas that are getting that heavy rain right now, right through the middle of our viewing area, once that moves out, then we're going to be getting just into lighter rain and moderate rain, but no more threat of severe weather. So that's what I'm kind of, let's just back off this a second. And so you have the main line of storms that's, let me point that out. Let me get a little help with this. So you have the main line out ahead of, and then right behind that, very light rain, but then it picks up a little bit back to the west. But they have canceled the tornado watch for much of this area to the west. Well, I say much. It's the fringe of the western counties and down into Jackson County, Franklin, and also that would include Sequatchie. No, not Sequatchie. Van Buren and Grundy counties. Let me look at your questions here. Ready for this to end? Yes. Rain, thunder, lightning. Just, what does that say? Just started in Lafayette. What time watch be over for Rossville? Well, it's as far as the severe weather threat, that is not going to last too much longer. Let's see if we can find. When you have Rossville, Fort Oglethorpe here. So here's Rossville, just about in the middle of the screen. You just got through the heaviest, or just about done with the heaviest of the rain. And then behind that is lighter rain. So I would say your severe threat is ending very quickly. Rock Spring will have that heavy rain for a little longer, but not too much longer, maybe another 15 to 30 minutes, around 30 minutes. Yeah. I think David's okay. Wind and thunder in Ringgold. Raining hard and heavy wind in the Cove. And there's a few comments. Thunder and lightning rattling my house, says Megan. Indicator. The anxiety. Well, good news is that even though you still have that up in Meigs County, some showers and thunderstorms, we are going to see that improving here pretty quick. See, you are getting out of that line of storms we've been tracking. So I'm assuming, now I may be wrong about this because some parts are still there, but if you live in some parts of Decatur, the rain is getting much lighter. And so that's kind of good news there. Robin, the reason that happens is they made this watch for a large area. And so what they're going to do is start clipping off the western sections a little bit at a time to cancel it. Once we'll probably get some cancellations of some of the warnings or some of the watches that are out. This is the watch that's out right now until 6, but they're taking into account areas also still haven't even been affected by that yet. Over into Polk County, for instance, and also, for instance, even, well, like I say, Polk County, and then down into areas like even southern Bradley County. You know, I mean, Bradley County really hasn't even got into it yet. But I will say, with the history of this so far that has been coming through, I mean, we haven't had anything but severe thunderstorm warnings. And a lot of that is just for, as we were discussing this week, more of straight line wind problems and downpours of rain. Those were the main threats. But we also had to certainly include the chances for isolated an isolated tornado. But when you, so that's why the watches are not confined to a small space. They're a wider area of land, and they have to, when they do that, figure out when it's going to be through the entire area. And then, like I say, they usually kind of will back off on some of those counties from the west in this case. And they have been starting to do that, meaning the Weather Service. Let me see if here are the current situation on the watches. Now, just eyeballing this, I would think, you know, like Marion County and Hamilton County, maybe not quite to DeKalb County, but a few counties could probably be dropped at this point. But not necessarily for Bradley County, and we still have some showers and storms going on in some of these areas. So where you see the polygons where the warnings are, that is where now the strongest storms and showers are moving through. So we still have, you know, nearly half the viewing area still to go as far as that's concerned. Hail and windstone, Ooltewah Ringgold Road. Yes, it's a watch, not a warning. If I said warning, I apologize. Well, we do have warnings. We have warnings and watches out there right now. But the tornado part of it is a watch. Well, the rain in Athens is just kind of you're right in the middle of some of the heaviest rain if you look on the map there, and you're in the warned area. So that's kind of training right through you, and that's why it doesn't seem like it's moving. I mean, other parts of that rain system are moving through you, but you're right. It's kind of a little slower progress getting to the east of you. Calming down some in East Ridge, Barbara says, and hello, Ebony. Very nice to hear from you. Calming down at the Tiki Bar in Harrison Bay, but power's still out. Holly, you're right. For a Monday, it's going to be an even longer work day. A lot of people talking about their pets, and pets are scared or anxious, or they want to, even a cat wanted to sit in the window. And who was that? I'm sorry, I didn't look at the name of that. I just kind of caught the story. Whitney. She got the cat out of the window. Morgan, I don't think that it's necessary at this point to go to the shelter. Let's wait and see how that, it's still a little ways away from Murray County in Georgia. So I would, you can hold off on that, I think. And again, based on what we have seen recently, we haven't had any tornado warnings. So that's good news. So let me just kind of show you how that's working. But, you still have those showers and storms that are quite strong going through Lafayette right now, through Catoosa County, pretty loud in these areas. There's a new warning that just went into effect that it includes Murray County, but I don't want you to think that that means that it was unexpected, because they are just kind of moving these warnings along eastward to one county, from one county to another. So we could take a look at that warning. I'll read it to you. This is for a lot of places. This is a long warning. It's for, let me make sure I got the right one. 336. Yep. Severe thunderstorm warning for Catoosa County in northwest Georgia, Murray County in northwest Georgia, central Floyd County, Whitfield County, southeastern Walker County, Gordon County, Chattanooga County, northwest Bartow County. All of that in one warning. And that's just because it's following that line of storms from north to south. So severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from East Brainerd to near Naomi to Broomtown, moving east at 45 miles per hour, a little faster this one. And so the hazard is straight line winds again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and it is radar indicated these storms. Cleveland's getting bad. Yeah, you're right. Kind of getting in the middle of it all. Just kind of been getting started to the heaviest rain, but that won't last long. So hang in there. Let's see, I'm getting another alert here, it seems, or maybe that's the same one we just read. I think it is. I may be wrong. Let's see which. let me just make sure that this isn't the same one. Okay, so now we have a tornado warning, the first of the night.
Oh, you got Mike right there.
I'm gonna go to that warning site there.
Okay.
I'm gonna let Master control that.
Okay.
I'm gonna post this on socials, I guess.
And the tornado warning for central Whitfield County in northwest Georgia until 4 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:39, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Wood Station, or 8 miles south of Ringgold, moving east at 40 miles per hour.
Right near Trickham, right there.
They had just issued a severe thunderstorm
We
warning.
saw it.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, they just expanded that whole warning out.
and then something else came in,
Yep.
and I thought they had repeated it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's these situations where these quick spin ups can happen, and that's what we're seeing right there. And we've all been talking about this. When that line slows down, this is when this
Yes.
stuff can start happening.
We literally had just got done saying that.
So this is where the potential rotation is if there's a tornado in that storm. It's right in here. That is Houston. Make sure I'm reading that right.
Houston Valley
Road.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Houston Valley Road.
So we're looking right in here, just west of Rocky Face. Just west of Rocky Face. And folks, what we're looking at here, and we're about to get us on air also here in just a second. This is a tornado warning out. And we'll read you the text one more time. This is for central Whitfield County until 4 a.m. So the next 19 minutes. And as Bill mentioned a second ago, at 3:39, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Wood Station, 8 miles south of Ringgold, moving east at 40. East at 40. So if you look at that polygon, I'll take that off just a second. Look at that polygon. That does include Dalton. Other areas included in there, Dalton and Rocky Face both. Rocky Face, of course, being right here. Dalton being right here. So that's moving. Where's the moving there? East at 40. Let me paint on just a little bit. And we'll move that cursor because that's right here. So right now you're right on the highway there.
Yeah. I mean, it's moving right towards Dalton.
Yep. So just southwest of Rocky Face, Hillcrest Road right here, southeast of Trickham and Houston Valley Road, and then you got Dalton due west of there. So you've got the ridge right here up to Rocky Face right here, headed toward Dalton. So let's put a quick timer on that, a tracker. This is where we're looking right here. I'll leave that circled to get the bearings there.
Thank you.
Just ignore that. That's the wrong track there.
Thank you.
Have to zoom way out for this tracker. That put Dalton just around about the next 10 minutes, basically. So it doesn't mean it's going to go this far to Chatsworth or Ollie areas like that, but we're looking just inside the polygon here, Dalton around 354.
Initially, radar indicated rotation.
Yeah, and you can see it. That's what the velocity scans are good for, folks. We can see inside the storm, a little bit of rotation, see it right there. potentially. Does that mean one's at the surface? There's no way to know that, but that's what Doppler radar is good for, with the velocity scan, is to let you know where there's potential rotation of the storm. That's about right here. And potential for a tornado. So I-75 is coming up next. It's going to go up and over Rocky Face. Rocky Face is here, but of course, that whole ridge, kind of call it that and North Dalton. So that'll be moving very close to the next few minutes near Dalton. This tornado warning out till 4 a.m. Eastern time. Are you up on the air? Is it?
I have a mic on.
Okay. Do they know?
Jonathan said he's ready when we're ready.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Just running.
Yeah, those of you watching on the live stream, we're about to put this on the air also. So you're going to hear us on air and also online here. Again, this is a tornado warning out for Whitfield County, central Whitfield County. So there's Rocky Face. What we're watching is right here, right in here, potential rotation. It's a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. It doesn't always mean there's one on the ground, but at this point, it's a storm that could produce a tornado. Highway 41, 75 paralleling right here. That takes us on the north side of the city. There you can see the latest update is right here. Potential rotations right here. And they just updated the warning. Let me read you the text of that update.
They're letting master control now.
What's that?
He's letting master control now.
So here we go. 3:46 moments ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Rocky Face and very close to Dalton, moving east at 40. So Dalton and Rocky Face, the two areas mentioned. This is still out till 4 a.m.
Yeah, your mic's up.
Okay, thank you.
We're live on there.
I'm going to let Olivia take over from here.
All right. And I can do this right here, right?
Right.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. It's currently 3:47 a.m. We have an active tornado warning for portions of Whitfield County. This has been a radar indicated tornado just west of I-75. So we're looking at a velocity scan right now. This is showing us current wind speeds. And what we're looking at, what we're highlighting, is a potential area of rotation. So again, this has been radar indicated. We haven't had any confirmation just yet that this is on the ground, but it's very possible. There's another
just updated.
Yeah. So it's very possible that this tornado could be reaching the surface. We're looking at a couple different radar products to tell us if it is. But if you are towards Rocky Face right now in Dalton, you have to be in your safe spot right now. That should be in the lowest level of your home, away from windows, more so in the most center location of your home. So again, this is an active tornado warning. This is out until 4 o'clock Eastern time, so for about the next 12 minutes or so. This has been located towards Thornton Avenue, just near Highway 51, now moving east of I-75. So what we're looking at, again, this is a velocity scan. And that little blip of green that you're seeing right next to that red and green, that's what's indicating rotation in the atmosphere. And what this is showing us, again, is that there's rotation in the atmosphere. This is an radar indicated tornado warning. So if you are anywhere near Chattanooga Road, North Thornton Avenue, this is tracking east. You have to be in your safe spot right now. So this is the view. This is just northwest of Dalton. So Dalton is right here. What we're looking at is this location right here. Someone's telling us no sound.
I'll check that.
Okay. So again, we're watching an active tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service office in Atlanta. And all of this shading that you're seeing here are different wind speeds. So whenever we see this green next to this pink red shading, this is indicating rotation in the atmosphere. So that's the newest velocity scan towards Pleasant Grove Drive and near Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, just north of downtown Dalton.
That is just north. Yeah, I'm going to turn this mic on here.
So if you are anywhere within this red shading polygon, you have to be in your safe spot right now.
Yeah, that looks to be just right along Highway 41 north. If we're getting some of that confirmation, near the ground, that's at least where the storm is rolling over. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, as Olivia mentioned. It doesn't always mean there's one on the ground, but it does mean that what we're seeing and what the National Weather Service is seeing, sufficient rotation, and you can clearly see it in the velocity scan that there's a potential.
Right,
there's potential for this to happen. So it's right over, looks like Pleasant Grove Drive, now just north of North Thornton, and the area is north of 41. So you're more in that North Dalton area.
Yeah.
People are familiar with the Rocky Face exit there, and moving east pretty rapidly at 40. So if we expand out just a little bit, you'll see that warning polygon expires at about 4 a.m., although they may expand it with time if it holds together. But, we've been fortunate that so far tonight through the early morning hours, I had a whole lot of storms provide a lot of rotation. This is the first one that's done that locally, and it was very pronounced there. Even if you ran a loop, you could clearly see where the potential is that prompted this warning and reason for concern there. And so areas like near Dawnville outside the polygon, just be aware as this moves by.
It's very possible this warning could get extended as well. So this is the area we're watching still, just northeast of Pleasant Grove Drive. And then this is moving northeast very quickly at around 40 miles per hour is what we said.
And what highway number is this right here?
71.
71, okay. So just east of 71 and just north of 41. So that is just north of downtown Dalton, passing due north. Many of these areas north of 41, north of Dalton, and just to the west of Dawnville.
Yeah.
If you click the boundary there, try and click it was a little bigger. Yeah, this is a little tricky. There you go.
There we go.
It's a little tricky.
Yeah, and it's very possible this warning could get extended a little further north and east to include Dawnville.
Yeah, so be aware in that area of Dawnville. That again is just north of 41. So it's just north of downtown Dalton. So again, this is a Doppler radar indicated warning. We've had already all these areas are under severe thunderstorm warning, but that area is covered in the warning. We just have this isolated to the tornado warning because of the danger here that a storm like this possesses.
And again, if you're anywhere within this polygon, you want to be in your safe spot. That's the lowest room in your home, the most center area in your home, away from windows. Look at this velocity scan.
Oh yeah. That's right, just west of Dawnville.
Yeah, so if you're in Dawnville, you have to be in your safe spot right now. Take that weather radio with you. That will still give you warnings if any more get issued.
Yeah, I have a feeling they may expand that.
Yes.
You live in Dawnville, you're just outside the polygon. You need to be in your safe place.
Like right now.
Just mentioned.
Yeah.
Again, this is areas north of 41, north of Dalton, but that's a impressive looking velocity scan there. And it's moving rapidly east and almost east-northeast. Yeah, you can see it on the screen there. Let me make sure we can see it east. Yeah, that's getting close to Dawnville. So this technically expires at 4 a.m. Whitfield County. We'll see if this is expanded, but just based on the velocity scan, it very
I'm
well
sure
could
it will be. Yeah, Norton potentially as well. That is when, if they do expand this warning, that's where that could be included. So again, this is a radar indicated tornado. We keep looking at different types of radar products to see how this is progressing. So again, if there were to be a tornado on the ground, this is where it would be. Moving into Donville. There aren't any other tornado warnings. Just this one.
That's the only one.
So this looks a bit weaker from the last scan.
Yeah, it's outpacing the polygon, which expires about 5 minutes. But we're trying to give you a heads up in Norton and Donville that storm is moving closer to you. You're already under severe thunderstorm warning for many of these areas. That includes Chatsworth to Eton, areas like that. So all these areas are under severe thunderstorm warning. But when you get a quick spin up like that, it can prompt a warning. But Olivia is exactly right. This looks more like it's being absorbed by the line now, and not quite as pronounced as it once was, but still, because it has that potential, we just want you in a safe place. The reason why we're here on air so soon is make sure you're in a safe place and just stay there until this passes by. That we give you the all clear on this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
and it's still showing rotation on radar. So again, if you are within this red polygon, which is a little hard to see because we're looking at velocity, but especially towards Donville right now, you have to be in your safe spot.
Yeah. And all these areas like Dalton, downtown are in this tornado warning, but really where she's highlighting here, north near Donville, is where the main rotation is with that storm. It seems to be. Now, with that said, Dalton, you've had some very strong wind gusts with that line coming through.
Yes.
And it's kind of hard to distinguish what's a tornado, what's strong straight line winds. But and especially when it's dark outside, makes it even worse. It makes it even scary. But that's what we're trying to do here, is trying to isolate exactly where that rotation is.
Yeah,
or could be.
And if there is damage reported anywhere within this polygon, the National Weather Service will go out, assess the damage, and base that off of if it, matter of fact, was a tornado that produced that damage or if it was straight line winds.
Yeah.
And that could take time for them to do.
So we're at 3:57. That will expire in about 3 minutes. But you can see it's already outpaced the polygon.
Yeah.
So we'll see if there's an extension of this. At the very least, Donville, Norton, Eton, getting into Murray County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado watch. So, you got to be mindful of all this happening. But, yeah, it's a little less pronounced than it once was. But we'll see if they let this warning expire. We certainly hope they do. We certainly hope nothing's happened. That's our hope. But, when these things pop up, it piques your interest definitely. And you want people to get to a safe place as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And just stay there till we give it the all clear. So this warning out, you really can't see the polygon too well because of the colors of the velocity scan, but that ends just west of Donville. The polygon does, but technically that warning's out till the top of the hour, 4 o'clock.
And if there were still rotation in the atmosphere, it would be right in this little area where I'm pointing with this blue arrow. Tracking northeast. So again, this warning is for portions of Whitfield County. This storm is moving into portions of Murray County. So this warning is set to expire in about a minute or so. We'll be watching to see if this does get expanded or extended, I should say, to include different locations.
And then once we see what they do with this warning, we'll be able to show the other warnings in a second. But tornado always takes high priority here.
This could be a little bit of rotation as well.
Yeah, it's right there.
Just east.
almost right on the Murray County border.
Yes, of Donville.
It's a little bit more broad rotation now than once was, but it's still there.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's still trying.
It's very, very broad. So again, folks, a large area under severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, which does include all of Whitfield, all of Murray, because of this line of storms coming in. And we're going to look at those warnings coming up momentarily. We just got this isolated with this tornado warning. Yes, okay, that just expired. But we'll see if they expand that. So let's go to the next graphic down. This is going to be, let's go into the watch. Let's go to the other radar product here. And this will show you all of the warnings on the map at the moment. There you go.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that area near Dalton, but there's so many other areas locally under severe thunderstorm warning. Basically, if you drew a line along I-75 and east, that's where you got the warnings out. The only exception so far, Gilmer, Fannin not, but Western Cherokee County is. So all those areas are new severe thunderstorm warnings. And so far, they've not expanded that tornado warning, but the strongest part of that storm was on the Whitfield and Murray County border.
Would you like me to do the review? Would that help you?
Sure.
Again, you can see right here.
Yeah, if you want to.
Walker County, the severe thunderstorm warnings have expired for you. Dalton, you're still in the heart of this severe thunderstorm. But this warning remains out. This is now a severe thunderstorm warning, no longer a tornado warning. But still, you got to treat a severe thunderstorm warning as you would a tornado warning. Very strong wind gusts, upwards of 60 miles an hour. We've seen little hints of rotation here and there. So there's going to be some damage potential with that for sure. It rolled through where our location is over the past hour, and we had quite a bit of wind with it. A lot of people losing power. So that's out till 4:15 as it moves off to the east. And that means eventually with time, heads up for you folks in Gilmer and Fannin, that's coming your way. But very strong gusts right now. Now, Cleveland just on the back side of the storm, but all of eastern Bradley County, now entering Polk County. The line's coming through, very strong gusts there. Same thing in Athens, Tennessee. This is, again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. So we're right over Athens and basically paralleling I-75 in areas east. This warning for Bradley, Polk, Monroe, that's out till 5 a.m. And the one for Bradley, that will expire at about 4:15. It should clear out of Bradley County about that time. So it's not gonna stick around too long. Not too long. And I want to show everything else back here.
Yeah.
Back behind this line from Chattanooga west, it looks ugly. It's red. It's orange. It's just heavy rain. All the severe activity is right here. All of this back here is rain and lightning, but not the severe activity. This is mainly right in here. And so far, so good. We've not had an extension of that tornado warning that came out of that storm in Whitfield County.
Yeah.
We'll put the velocity scan just back up there, velocity scope for a second. Yeah, it's still just some broad rotation there, but not like it once was. Yeah, it's sneaking there and then the state line. Right about there. What's left of that. So, again, we'll keep an eye on that for Polk County also. But you're already covered by a severe thunderstorm warning.
That's right.
All right, folks. So what we'll do, we'll allow our folks live on TV to go back to regular programming, but our live stream, which you can watch on newschannel9.com, on News Channel 9's Facebook page, on X, is still streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Also be aware that Olivia's going to be here starting Good Morning Chattanooga right here on News Channel 9 starting at 4:30 in the next 25 minutes, but we'll come back on live if needed before then if warnings are issued further. Until then, we'll be back on the live stream and see you again at 4:30 for those that are watching on television.
All right. So yes, we will be live on air in about 25 minutes or so. They still haven't extended that tornado warning that was in effect for portions of Whitfield County. That has expired. There are no active tornado warnings at this time, but there are quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings that are still packing quite a punch. Everything west of I-75 is non-severe at this point, which is some great news. However, there's still very heavy downpours through Van Buren County right now. Still a lot of lightning strikes showing up on the tracker too. So again, there are no active tornado warnings at this time. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings east of I-75, still through Murray, Whitfield County, Gordon, Floyd, Chattanooga County as well. I don't like how this is looking.
Yeah. It's a whole slowdown. It's like, come on, push on through. But yeah, it's still.
Yeah, so this is the area that we're talking about right now through Floyd, Chattanooga County. These are very heavy downpours with very strong wind gusts associated with them. Whenever you see little notches like that, that's where you can get differentiating wind speed and direction. So we're going to be watching this location pretty closely.
Yeah, keep an eye right here near north of
north
Calhoun
of
near
Rome.
Resaca.
Yeah.
There's a wee little bit.
Oh yeah.
Starting to show up, but that's what Olivia's just mentioned. There's just little areas that you really got to watch for that can cause a quick spin up, a little burst of wind. Let's see if it shows it on this scan. Well, near Resaca. Yeah, you see just a little bit. It's not overly impressive, but it's right there near Resaca, near Sugar Valley. So just and they don't last long, but they're
they're there for a couple scans, but that's all that it takes.
That's it. And that's when it comes down to storms like this, a squall line that's got some potential. You just got to expect the unexpected sometimes. And like we said, treat a severe thunderstorm warning as you would a tornado warning for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, in the city of Chattanooga itself, it's raining and lightning and loud, but it's not the severe aspect. Our severe point right now is basically east of I-75. You get right along east of Athens, say Inglewood to Benton, to Dalton, to Calhoun to Roman east. That's kind of where we're looking right now.
So this severe thunderstorm warning we'll take a look at for, say, central eastern Whitfield through Murray County extending south is out for another 5 minutes or so, but this will more than likely get extended.
Yeah, what's the forward speed on those? They've been slowing down. It's now it's up to 45.
Yeah, let me look on
They were at 50, slowing down to 35 and 45, but that's picking up a little bit.
A couple hours ago when I drove in, they were like 59, 60 mile per hour. How fast the storms were moving. Yeah, 32 knots. That's. So we'll do a couple more velocity scans. And again, when we say velocity scans, what we mean by that is we're looking at wind speed and direction. Oh, I didn't mean to click that.
It's like needles in a haystack, but yeah, there you go.
Let me redo that. So what we're looking at right now is velocity, and what we're actually looking at is for rotation with this radar product. So whenever we start to see little bits of green really close to bits of red, that could indicate a rotating storm. Now, that doesn't always mean that there's a tornado that could be producing hail, and the rotation could just be super, super high up in the atmosphere. Still no active tornado warnings though, which is good.
Yes, that's a very good thing.
But still active severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah, very cautious here.
Yeah, so just south of Rome, you're about to be dealing with some pretty heavy downpours.
Liv, if you want to, there's one graphic back. We're getting more storm reports coming in.
Oh yeah, we'll look at that.
And
this one, right?
yes, the maps start to populate a bit more locally. So we've had Catoosa, Whitfield, some reports there, some trees down.
Wind damage.
Yeah. So
that's right where that warning was.
Had they asked you about where they should send their reporter?
No one's asked me
I
yet.
was just wondering if we should send them there.
Yeah, I wonder. There's also some. Let's check those near Catoosa. Or are those all still? Western Ringo, trees down. So we got
a lot of
tree down reports as that move through. Seems to be in more North Georgia. Of course, it's sometimes when it's dark, it's hard to see and people can't tell.
So don't go venture out.
Yeah,
trying to give us storm reports. Please do it once the storm passes.
We'll see.
And it's safe too.
Cleveland, a few trees down in Bradley County near McDonald. Okay, so yeah, so we've got quite a bit. And just to update, let's. EPB has a lot of sporadic power outages around the county, about 1,000 people without power in the EPB service area. The VEC service area, that's gone up quite a bit. That's gone up threefold. About 6,500 people without power, volunteer energy co-op. So that includes parts of Meigs, Ray, Bradley, and Cumberland County. So quite a bit. So the numbers have really started to jump in Bradley, Meigs, and Ray as far as power outages. So several thousand people locally without power. And you can see why every single one of these are wind damage reports. And that's common when you get lines like this rolling on by. Trees down, power outages. And just to pass on a little good news, because we like good news, several counties have been taken out of the tornado watch. So Cumberland, Van Buren, Grundy, Franklin, Jackson, DeKalb. It's still raining. It's still loud out there, but you're in the clear. No more tornado threat there.
Can we go back to radar?
Absolutely. It's all yours. There you go.
Okay. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. I wanted to show
no. Go ahead.
Velocity towards Chatsworth right now. Yeah. So I just wanted to show this right here because we're seeing more bright green next to bright red.
When red meets green, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So there could be damaging winds happening right now. Very heavy downpours towards Chatsworth.
Yeah, and that's going to get really interesting in the next few minutes because once you get past east of Chatsworth, now you're going to be impacted by Fort Mountain, 3,000 feet roughly in elevation, Fort Mountain. So to see what any terrain effects from that storm, that's almost bumping right up up to the more higher elevated area in eastern Murray County.
Yeah. Let's move down. So Rome, you currently do not have an active severe thunderstorm warning. It looks better on my phone, but
yeah, you can kind of see it. I see what you mean. Yeah, just south of Rome.
Additional strong wind gusts. But it looks like a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings have been expired.
Yeah.
So now.
Yeah, you're right. Especially, I'm surprised at that.
I'm really surprised with that too. I'm sure another warning will go out for that one
Yeah.
based on what we're looking at.
At the very least, an advisory. I see it in Alabama. They still keep the advisory. So,
Yeah.
we'll see. That's interesting.
So yes, Murray, Fannin, Gilmer County, you're now under, or still under, that severe thunderstorm warning. This is until 5 o'clock Eastern time. So 45 minutes.
Okay. Did they just issue that one?
I think this one.
Okay. That one, yeah.
Yep, Western Cherokee County. That one was there, but. And just as a reminder too, yes, we're tracking storms right now, but temperatures behind these storms will be falling all throughout the day today. So any leftover moisture in the air once these storms pass could be falling as snow showers later on this morning, first half of the afternoon as well.
And people are asking, I'm looking at the comments here. Yeah, we've not had confirmation of any tornado on the ground. With that warning in Whitfield County, we've not had any confirmation. And that warning is no longer in effect, but no, we've not heard of any confirmation of touchdown. It was
all radar indicated.
We're all radar indicated unless we hear differently.
Yes.
So yeah, so just to answer your question people had there. So I know there's always concern when that happens, and I understand.
Absolutely.
But elsewhere where you're out of warnings, it is still loud, it's bright with lightning, and it's heavy downpours of rain, but it's not severe. Everything, the worst parts on this leading edge, everything behind it, around Chattanooga up to Saudi Daisy, you're fine right now as far from a severe point of view.
Mm-hmm.
It's still raining, it's still lightning, and stay inside definitely, but it's not a danger of being tornadic or strong gusts.
That's right.
Yeah.
So like Bledsoe, Sequatchie County, you're dealing with pretty heavy downpours right now, lightning too. Non-severe though. Non-severe. This little cell right here.
And they still don't have an advisory.
They don't have a warning out for it. But if you're in Rome, you're dealing with extremely heavy downpours right now. Very strong winds.
Rome all the way down to Cave Spring there.
Yeah.
That's
we showed this earlier, but I just wanted to show the extent of this system. All of the lightning strikes that you're seeing extending south through Mississippi, even into portions of Arkansas, that's all the same system, extending even north through Tennessee, Kentucky, while the upper Midwest is dealing with snow showers. So this is a huge system impacting so many of us in the United States.
I think this may. Yeah, here we go. Oh, look at southern Kentucky already into the Boot Heel of Missouri.
Oh yeah,
that's where the changeover is already happening.
Yeah.
So that's what Olivia was talking about. You can see all the way down there. There's some tornado warnings in South Alabama. In fact, this area right in here is going to start getting really active, but that's going to stay south of us.
Yes.
So the worst part's right here, right behind us, all rain, and this we're going to be dealing with later this morning. Yep, we're going to get snow showers around here, folks. So not impactful, minor at higher elevations, but nevertheless, it's just, after you've gone your temperatures near 80 to that, it's a little shock to the system.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You've got mic one still, right?
Yes, I have with a mic.
Perfect.
Okay, so there's the severe
There's
thunderstorm
that
warning
warning.
now that we were just talking about for Rome, Floyd, Gordon County. That warning is now out until 5 o'clock. This is the one where we were like, why isn't this warned? It is now.
Yeah, Peachtree City covers a large area, and I know they've got that warning, that stuff coming out of South Alabama, so I'm sure hands are full. But they got it out. Let me make sure she's got you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get all my graphics ready later. So yes, the most recent warning that just went out was for Floyd and Gordon counties. So this is the new warning that just went out. This is until 5 o'clock. So what we can do more velocity scans to see those winds. Let me actually move that a little bit. So 34 mile per hour winds. Yes. So there's still no active tornado warnings, which is great news, but still a lot of active severe thunderstorm warnings extending all the way from Floyd County up through Murray, Fannin, Gilmer County, and now into Polk County and Monroe County. So we haven't looked up here in a while. Let's do that real quick. We can still hear some thunder here too.
Yeah, this thunder hasn't stopped.
Yeah, it hasn't. The rain hasn't stopped.
Our station.
There's a pretty heavy downpour right here. So this warning for oopsies. So this warning for Polk, Cherokee, Monroe County is still out for about another 40 minutes or so until 5 o'clock. And then this purple that you're seeing underneath those warnings are winter weather advisories. So we were just looking at the snowfall incoming. That will be here later on. And when we look at the radar loop, at least some good news is that this line is weakening as it encounters the higher terrain. So this bright red that you're seeing kind of right there as it tracks east is becoming a little less intense. So that's indicating rainfall rates are lessening a little bit. It's not as heavy as rainfall, but it's still impactful nonetheless. And we're here live on News Channel 9 in about 5 minutes or so. So we'll still be doing this, of course, on here and on the TV as well. So yeah, Rome. very heavy downpours. Very windy in Blue Ridge. Loud in Etowah. And continued good news is that everything west of I-75 at this point is just all rainfall. All rainfall, heavy downpours, still lightning, still thunder, but nothing severe. All of this is non-severe. It's just heavy, moderate rainfall.
These are the local street reports, National Service.
So we'll take a look at more storm reports to see if any of those came in. More has come in, I should say. Yeah. So all of these blue little circles that you're seeing are high wind reports, damage reports, down trees, most of these are. So there were a couple more that popped up towards in Sequatchie County, towards Dunlap. That one's from a while ago. Several trees down across the county. Towards Cleveland, we took a look at this one earlier. A few trees down towards McDonald. A lot of tree reports towards Dalton and through Catoosa County. So 355. Reports a tree down on I-75 near mile marker 332. That one came in at 3:55, just before 4 o'clock. This one out of DeKalb County. So this is still the tornado watch. Some continued good news is that it has been canceled for Hamilton, Meigs-Ray County, Bledsoe, Sequatchie, Marion County. That's some great news. All of the counties still in yellow here, so Bradley, McMinn, Monroe, Polk, all of our northwestern Georgia counties, you're still under that tornado watch until, I believe, 6 o'clock. See if they changed it. Yeah, still 6 o'clock. So let's go back to radar. So our main concern right now is this area of warning polygons, extending through Monroe County, down all the way through Polk, Western Cherokee, Fannin, Gilmer, Murray counties, and then just recently added Gordon and Floyd. That's where wind gusts could still reach 60 miles per hour. Still haven't had any hail reports. Haven't seen any of those come in. Hey, Bill, do I need an IFB right now?
It probably would be nice.
Do you want to grab me one?
Yeah.
Thank you. We're live on TV in about 1 minute, and I need my IFB, which is basically just a little speaker where they can talk to me in my ear. I do need to get my cord, though. I have a mic, but I don't have an IFB. So Chatsworth, all the way towards Calhoun, Rome. Thank you. I just got to get my cord.
Where is that at?
It's in my black bag. If you just want to bring it to me,
Sure.
I have a bunch of stuff in there.
That's fine.
Thank you. So we've been tracking showers, storms all night and now all morning long. We currently have active severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of Murray County, extending into Fannin, Gilmer County, and all the way south through Gordon and Floyd counties. Wind speeds with this are upwards of 60 miles per hour. A lot of lightning and thunder associated with these storms. There's currently no active tornado warnings, which is great news. We'll, of course, be monitoring any changes to that. Some of the heaviest downpours currently are towards Rome. That's where we're seeing a lot of lightning strikes showing up on the tracker, right near 141. And these are moving east, northeast, pretty quickly. Additional heavier downpours are approaching Alajay, but these ones do look to be fading out as they are tracking east. They're encountering very high terrain out this way, so that's helping break those storms up a little bit. But Chatsworth approaching Alajay, you're still dealing with very heavy downpours right now. A lot of lightning strikes still too. Again, there's no active tornado warnings. Thank you, though. But very heavy downpours, even extending a little further south of Floyd. Towards Cedartown, if you have plans to travel out that way in the next couple of hours. But a lot of these warnings are out until 5 o'clock. We've had a lot of wind reports come in with this system, a lot of trees down. There was one tornado warning for portions of Whitfield County that did include Dalton. That has expired, and we currently don't have any active tornado warnings. But some good news to tell you is a lot of our tornado watches have been being lifted. Yeah, see, they just lifted more of that for Bradley County. That flashing that you're seeing is still that active tornado watch. So all of the counties in yellow here are still under that tornado watch until 6 a.m. So Murray, Fannin, Gilmer, Gordon, and Floyd counties, Polk, Monroe, you're still under that tornado watch until 6 a.m. And although we're dealing with storms right now, we could be tracking snow showers later on this morning. So you see how as they're tracking eastward, they're kind of dissipating a little bit. They're not a full, complete line as in those red shading areas. That's just indicating that that line is starting to break up and continue to break up a little bit as it tracks further east and as it encounters the higher terrain. But still, towards Rome, Calhoun right now, very heavy downpours, very strong storms. We'll do a velocity scan just south of Rome. See how those wind speeds are. 22 miles per hour. They're a bit stronger than that. This pointer here is very finicky with where you point it. So if you're not clicking on the exact spot, it's hard. Yeah, 32. But still no active tornado warnings. And once this line clears, everything else behind it is non-severe. Just very heavy downpours, moderate downpours, lightning still. And again, this warning for Eastern Floyd, Calhoun, or Gordon County, rather, is out until 5 o'clock. So about another 20 minutes or so. And there's quite a lot of power outages, so let's check on that. So EPB has 948 customers affected. Volunteer Energy has 131 customers out. So Rome, you're almost out of the worst of it. Same with Calhoun. Allijay is just now getting to you. Heavy downpours towards Turtletown right now, Tellico Plains, and those are tracking east towards Murphy, Cherokee, Clay County. So Murphy, that storm should be to you in about 30 minutes or so. But pretty moderate heavy downpours over Chattanooga right now. Non-severe. And then those extend towards Lafayette too. Some moderate downpours, all non-severe also. So the leading edge of this line is what's severe, indicated by all of these polygons. And still no active tornado warnings, which is good. We did have one earlier that's expired. That was for portions of central Whitfield County, and that was radar indicated. So we don't have an actual confirmation if one did make it to the ground. So moderate downpours as well towards Pikeville, Cleveland, all non-severe too. So once this line passes, once this leading edge passes, all of it should just be rain the rest of the morning before it transitions to snow. Yeah, this is just really what we have to keep our eye on, is just that leading edge. That's when you can start to get a couple spin ups, and that's could be what we saw happen earlier this morning with that tornado warning across Whitfield County. Again, it's not confirmed yet, but it was radar indicated, which prompted the National Weather Service office in Atlanta to issue that warning.
Oh, good.
You out of here?
I am out of here. So great. You're in good hands with Olivia through the rest of the morning. And she's got you covered on GMC here on the live stream. And we got crews out in the field. So, yeah, we're going to have a lot coming up over the next, what is it now, 4:30? Next several hours.
4:45.
In Chattanooga. So have at it. Everybody drive safely this morning. And Olivia, you're in good hands with Olivia here.
Get some rest, David.
Thanks. Have a good morning.
Thank you. You too. Yeah, so Calhoun still, Gordon County still dealing with very heavy downpours. Kind of right along those roads. That's so hard. 156. And then just as a reminder, everything behind this line that I'm pointing at, everything here is all non-severe. All of that's non-severe. You'll still hear some rumbles of thunder. You'll still see some lightning strikes. Still deal with pretty heavy downpours. But once this line clears, that severe threat will diminish a lot. So Turtletown, you just dealt with a pretty heavy downpour approaching Murphy. Blue Ridge, Ellijay, you're also dealing with pretty heavy downpours right now. Moving out of Calhoun, moving out of Rome. So just as a reminder, this severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Floyd County, eastern Gordon County is out for about another 15 minutes or so. I'm sure the National Weather Service will allow that to expire. The roads are pretty wet though, so if you do have plans to take to them within the next couple of hours, please drive safe. Earlier this morning, we looked at a couple road cameras, TDOT cameras, GDOT cameras, and they looked pretty slick. So this is a TDOT camera right at I-24 near the Georgia state line. I just saw a couple lightning strikes outside of this camera. So we'll see if we can see a couple more on there. The roads are pretty wet though. So we'll leave that up for a minute. Not too many people out there right now. And it also looks like this severe thunderstorm warning that was just including western Cherokee County has been expanded further east, and it also now includes Clay County. That's not what I want. There we go. So there's also more severe thunderstorm warnings outside of our coverage area, just south of Rome, west of Atlanta, kind of right along the Alabama-Georgia state line. Let's go back up and look at this warning. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Clay counties, eastern Monroe, is out until 5:45. So for the next hour or so. Someone said, can you show us the snow that's coming afterwards? Yes. Before we do that, this severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Fannin and Gilmer County has been expanded too. So the rest of Fannin and Gilmer counties, that warning is out for about another 30 minutes or so until 5:15. Very strong wind gusts. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. So if you think you drive a car at 45 miles per hour, which is pretty fast, that's how fast these storms are moving. So still no active tornado warnings. A lot of active severe thunderstorm warnings. So someone asked to see the snow after this. The snow is already beginning to move into Kentucky. All right here. So our high temperature for today already occurred before these storms moved in. So from here on out, the rest of the day today, temperatures will be falling below average. We're forecasting highs only in the 40s for today, with chances for snow. A fun fact is snow flurries can actually make it to the surface as warm as 38 degrees. Most of that shouldn't accumulate in valley locations, but higher elevations very well could get a quick dusting. And then just to zoom out a little bit, this is just how large of a system this system is that we're dealing with. So portions of the upper Midwest is dealing with blizzard-like conditions, potentially record snowfall amounts. And then this is kind of cool. So you can see this area of low pressure. So area of low pressure spins counterclockwise. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. We're on the warm side of this system as of right now. So that's why we're dealing with the thunderstorms and the rain showers, but everything behind it's on the cool side. So that's where you're seeing the snow. And you're seeing that counterclockwise rotation around the low. But we'll go back to this. So power went out in Cohutta, Murphy. Some pretty moderate downpours just north of Chattanooga towards Saudi Daisy right now. Again, non-severe. But the plateau, you're probably seeing some breaks in the rainfall. Grundy County, Franklin, Van Buren, couple breaks. Hey.
Show wind like normal. We'll go into the 5.
Okay.
So you have another 5 minutes or 4 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. This line is almost out, so
Yeah.
I should be good at this point or at that point. I wanted to go back to the tornado watch.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I have my IFB in. So just the yellow shaded counties are still under that watch until 6 o'clock this morning, Eastern time. So Cherokee, Clay County, you're still under that tornado watch. It actually looks like Clay County was just added to that, and Murphy, or Cherokee and Clay County were just added to that. So that's still until 6 o'clock this morning. But everyone else, every other county not highlighted in the yellow here, you're out of that watch. And then this purple you're seeing is a winter weather advisory. So that's for Eastern Monroe County until tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. So let's go back to radar. So it looks like the worst of this line for Floyd County is out. It's actually moving towards Atlanta. Calhoun, you're just about out of that too. LJ, you're dealing with it right now. Murphy, you're dealing with it too right now. Copper Hill. But once this clears again, the rest of it, everything else behind these storms should just be rain, thunder. So starting at 5 o'clock here, so in about 5 minutes, we'll go back to the regular shows. I'll, of course, still be doing weather, but we'll be watching this still. But yeah, Rome, you're just getting out of that. Calhoun, you're just getting out of that too. Alaj, you're still dealing with it right now. Same with Murphy, you're dealing with it too. Once this passes, that severe threat diminishes a lot. And again, I'll of course still be here all morning long. But just at 5 o'clock here in about a couple minutes or so, we'll be going back to regular broadcast, and I'll of course still be doing my regular weather hits. So if you'd like to, I am going to stop this stream and hop over into the studio, and we'll meet you over there in just a little bit. Okay. All right, so I got the all clear that I'm going to hop off this live stream and just go back into the studio now, and we'll just do our regular broadcast from there on out through the rest of the morning hours. I'll of course still have my regular weather hits, but yeah, go ahead and tune us in to News Channel 9. And thank you everyone for watching. Stay safe. We'll of course be bringing you still updates in the studio.